options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Year-end pricing's in effect. Every vehicle's priced to sell before the new year during Happy Honda Days. At Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Get behind the wheel of your new Accord or Civic today. Own or lease during Happy Honda Days at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda. Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
At InShape, we have a place for every kind of mover. The Sometimer, the early riser, the after-work grinder, the yogi, lifter, bodybuilder, walker, runner, swimmer, spinner, stretcher, rower, climber, jumper, dancer, boxer, sauna seeker, recoverer. Basically, if you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong at InShape. So whether it's your first time or your first time in a while, start the year strong and join today at InShape.com. That's InShape.com. Find a location nearest to you.
California's largest sportsman's expo is back, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. Find a huge selection of fishing boats, kayaks, side-by-sides, and more than 50,000 square feet of RVs and campers. And check out Toyota's full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. More info at sportsexpos.com.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 916-619-3000 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
If you're an illegal alien,
KYMX HD3 Sacramento from the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports, 1140.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Alan Stiles on Sactown Sports.
Welcome in to the Alan Stiles Show. Chris Watkins filling in for one Alan Stiles. Don't be too sad, though, because if you miss Alan, he'll be here a little bit later. 2 p.m., right? 2 p.m. He'll be hosting the afternoon show today. Should be a good one. Tons to talk about. He'll be leading you. Actually, I think it's interesting if Alan knows this. I'm pretty sure he does. We were talking about it a little bit yesterday, but he didn't quite mention it. If I'm not mistaken, and this is good just programming information for everybody today, as everyone knows, we are the home of the Sacramento Kings. Every single Sacramento Kings game, home and road, can be found right here on these airwaves. 8 o'clock tip-off tonight in L.A. So Alan Stiles,
do those?
Yeah, they do on Tuesdays, I believe, for Peacock. If I'm not mistaken, today's game is going to be nationally televised. I should double-check that, but I'm fairly confident with the 8 p.m. tip. That's the exact reason why. with the new NBA schedule. Kyle, I actually think you were the one who put me onto this, that the NBA will be attempting to do triple headers these days, and that today will be Sixers Grizzlies kicking things off at 5 o'clock, 7:30. You have I'm sorry, the Kings actually is not the Peacock game, funny enough. So they just kicked us to 8 o'clock for no reason. So the two Peacock games today, as I correct myself here, Sixers Grizzlies, that's at 5 o'clock. And then at 7:30, Pistons Lakers on Peacock. So why are the Kings tipping off at 8 o'clock?
I know what happened.
What happened? Because I have no idea.
Because if you pull up the original schedule, this is listed as a Peacock game. They flexed it out of
There
Peacock.
we go. Okay, that
had to be what happened.
100%. No, 100%. You can't blame them. When you have So, Kyle, this is the predicament that the NBC bosses were faced with. Do we continue to roll with the pre-scheduled months in advance what is currently the 8-24 Sacramento Kings going up against the 10-21 Los Angeles Clippers? Honestly, pretty crazy. This is pretty much like the Browns versus the Lions, if you're looking at it from like a franchise trajectory perspective here. You can't blame them for saying, let's opt in to 24-8 Pistons against the 20-10 Lakers. Quite literally the inverse records of these two teams. So you really can't be too upset. I know it would be nice. At least it's not, a national TV game that was taken away from the good fans of Golden One Center. That might have been a little bit more egregious from our standpoint, but you really can't blame the NBC matchmakers, if you will, for opting out of this Kings-Clippers game, which, yes, 8 p.m. tip. And to bring it all back full circle, Alan Stiles will be giving you 30 free extra minutes today. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see if Alan knows about that. Should be a fun crosstalk as, yes, again, Kings tip-off today at 8 p.m. We will have that tip-off for you right here on Sactown Sports 1140. Pregame will then be at 7:30 with game night. Game night at 6:30 then.
Yes, that's how you get the extra 30 minutes.
There's the extra 30 minutes there. Who knows? I wonder if Alan and Marsh might work out some side deal where maybe it's 50. Who knows? Stay tuned and find out.
Extended game night with Scott Marsh.
It's either extended game night or extended Alan Stiles. Either one, you're getting the most for your money.
You're getting completely live local coverage until maybe 11 o'clock p.m. tonight.
Until 11 o'clock p.m. tonight.
Pray for our guy Anthony, who is doing the game tonight. I hated doing the 7:30 games. Yeah. I can't imagine doing an 8 p.m. start.
Legitimately probably won't get it. I mean, honestly, thankfully it's not on Peacock, because with those national TV breaks, it probably would have been like an 11 o'clock exit for everybody tonight. So should be, I fall victim to just say should be a good one, but this time, these teams both kind of being where they are in the standings, though Clippers are playing really well right now. Kawhi Leonard, 55 points, I think it was, in his last game. Brook Lopez the other night had 9 threes in their game. So clearly the Clippers, who are very talented, still have James Harden out there as well. Clearly trying to show that they have a little bit left in the tank. Maybe the Clippers make a little bit of a trade deadline push. Who knows? That team has a lot of talent and not a lot of reason to lose this year, as I believe they are one of the teams that owe their first-round pick to OKC. I think this is like the last of the Paul George trade. So, should be very, very intriguing to see what happens tonight, see what kind of Clippers team the Kings get, and see if the Kings can kind of bounce back from Sunday's game in LA as well against the Lakers, where it did feel like on the second night of a back-to-back they laid a little bit of an egg. Russell Westbrook and DeMar DeRozan tried to lead the way, and that honestly might have been part of the problem, as the Kings just couldn't get anything going, really, it felt, offensively against the Lakers, besides DeMar DeRozan going crazy to start that game. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We will definitely preview that game as we go on today. We will talk some football, of course, as the Rams play an entertaining game yesterday. The Rams, just a weird situation. We'll get into it, but definitely exciting. Rams put themselves now with the loss in a situation where not really much to play for next week, and they'll already, I believe, know the result of the division before they play their game on Sunday. So Weird Monday Night Football game after an incredible Sunday Night Football game. We'll definitely talk about some football. Hall of Fame, the NFL Hall of Fame announced their finalists. Some funny stuff going on there. We're going to talk about the NBA All-Star returns as well. Where are the Sacramento Kings on that list? When we were with Jason, teased a little bit about us talking about where Russell Westbrook stands in the total pantheon, I guess, of NBA all-time great point guards. He's passing so many big names. He's like 16th in scoring right now, top 10 in assists. We know earlier this season he passed Jason Kidd for the most rebounds for a guard, for anyone tracking that at home. So where does Russell Westbrook fit in the conversation of all-time guards? And is it a sticky conversation, or is it really just as cut and dry as what it might seem? I mean, the dude can literally, from a statistic standpoint, do anything out on the basketball floor. And so should be an interesting conversation. That one's going to be at 11:30. Of course, Malik Monk and his rumored attachment to the Milwaukee Bucks as they try and hold on to Giannis Antetokounmpo. Giannis definitely making his emotions be known. I don't know if anybody saw when the Bucks played the Chicago Bulls the other night. Giannis had one of those, up by 10 in the final seconds of the game as the clock's winding down. He gets the ball at half court. There's nobody on the other side. Could just dribble it out. Instead decides to take a windmill dunk, and the Bulls took exception to it. And Giannis kind of said, look, like, I did it because I'm trying to show my team this means business. And, clearly Giannis sending some signals in Milwaukee. Could Malik Monk be sent to Milwaukee in order to save that situation? Definitely interesting. And I think as the Kings try and figure out their roster for the season, who is going to actually be the ones that aren't on this team moving forward, and who's the one who's going to break the seal? Because I think at this point, that does seem to be the trend in the NBA. Is like once one transaction happens, then the floodgates kind of open. And so will it be the Kings to be the first to strike, or will it be something else? And just how active is the trade deadline going to be this year? We're now, as we're creeping to the end of December, about a month and a half out from the NBA trade deadline, which is in the middle of February. So loaded show today. And yes, again, of course, going to lead you into some Kings-Clippers preview to end the show today. But let's talk a little bit about that Monday Night Football game where the Rams lost to the Falcons as they were playing their players. Like, there's no excuse for the Rams in that one. Like, they, Puka Nacua was out there going. Matt Stafford played the entire game. Didn't play well the entire game, that's for sure. 3 picks for Stafford last night. But he made some throws, like especially, that last drive where they are quite literally throwing Hail Marys. I think it might have been Tutu Atwell who had that, who had the non-called pass interference where he clearly broke through the last layer of defense. I mean, Stafford put it right on the money, right on his hands, and the Falcons defender pulled his arm down, didn't call it. It's fine. I get it in that kind of situation. It was a Hail Mary. There's always going to be contact in those situations.
Which on that play, too, good thing he didn't catch it because the clock would have ran out before they could go up and spike it.
I guess it would have, because, there was about 9 seconds left or something like that. Yeah. And it was like there's no way you're getting down there with enough time to spike it. And then I can't remember the score. I can't remember.
It was a 3-point game at that point. But
so, definitely. And then, then they had the opportunity on what was the second to last play where Puka Nacua on the sideline seems to make one of the best catches I've ever seen. I mean, it seemed to have been, there was that Bills-Vikings game where Stephon Diggs makes a crazy catch and then Justin Jefferson makes a crazy one-handed catch and brings it down. And it's like, how did they get their arm wrapped around the football? And it looked like Puka Nacua had one of those on the sideline, like literally right at that fictionary, the field goal marker. Hey, they need to reach this point to get to the kicker's career long. It was like right at that number, and it looked like Puka had it. And it's one of those where, you look at 4 different replays, and then on the 4th replay angle, you see that the ball came out and it's an incompletion. It was pretty clear that it was an incompletion, but that moment where it felt like he just made that incredible catch and the Rams might be able to at least get to overtime in that game, was pretty special. It really did feel like that was a high stakes game, even though, again, the Rams really only playing to move up 1 seed potentially. If they would have won last night, the Niners lose next week with the Rams win, then there could have been some movement. But not how it went last night. Falcons, I guess you could say shock the Rams. Again, Falcons not really playing for much. But I kind of mentioned it yesterday on the afternoon show. Like, the Rams do have a tendency to just blow these games for some reason. I think they're a good team. I still think they're a good team, but the fact that they just kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit yesterday, it's concerning. Like, it's especially, with the Niners and the Seahawks, like there are some teams that if you have a bad day can take advantage of you. Of course, in the playoffs, all these teams are capable of doing so, but the Rams just can't have performances like that. And I guess you can maybe hope that, it's just end of the season, kind of letting go of the rope a little bit against an inferior opponent, but a little concerning for somebody who thought that the Rams were the NFC favorites. After last night, it'd be really tough. And I don't think the Rams just lost the game last night. I think Matt Stafford, and we'll talk about it a little bit more in our next segment, I think Matt Stafford might have lost his chance at the MVP as well. Going into last night, with Drake May's crazy performance on Sunday, I think it was pretty even. I know going into the weekend, Stafford was the favorite on most sports books. I think after last night, 3 picks, you get the loss. Drake May has that crazy performance. They win the division as well. The Patriots do. It feels like, I can't even imagine what would have to happen in Week 18. I know Stafford has 42 touchdown passes. I don't know if there's some milestone he could maybe hit. Like, even 50 isn't, he's not going to throw 8 touchdowns in the game. But, it's not like he can break any records or anything. So it just kind of, to me, feels like it'd be, MVP, as they say, is a narrative award. What is Stafford's narrative at this point? Like, they didn't win the division. It's not as if people weren't expecting them to be good and he just uplifted that roster. It's not as if, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, both of those guys star receivers. So it's not as if Drake May, who's literally throwing to Mac freaking Hollins, like, it just feels like, to me, Drake May kind of has it wrapped up.
Well, yeah, and the other part is statistically they're not that different.
No.
Like, in some years it's like, oh, Peyton Manning threw 50 touchdowns. Fine, yeah, you win the MVP. But their numbers are fairly similar. The other thing that's going to suck for Stafford is that he's probably going to sit Week 18.
Right.
So the lasting image is going to be that Monday Night Football loss, throw 3 picks, 1 pick six, and I guess cost the Rams the division. I mean, the Rams probably weren't going to win the division anyways, but now it kind of puts it out of play. But yeah, I mean, based on the result of the Seahawks-Niners game, they might be locked into a position already. And even if they aren't, like, maybe they just say, we don't care. We're not going to try and fight for a seed. So they're probably just going to sit everyone next week.
You have the playoff scenarios in front of you by chance, like the outcomes of it, like however. I'm always just super bad at trying to figure out or I guess communicating the play-in scenarios and the what-ifs. So if you have that in front of you, I would ask, could you give that to us if you have it?
All right. I'll do the simplified version of it.
Yes,
okay.
Please.
So we're going to assume the Bears beat the Lions.
Okay.
Because the Lions are not playing for anything. Bears are playing for seeding.
Right.
If you flip that result, it'll be a little weird. But if the Bears win, they're the 2 seed, Eagles are the 3 seed. Let's just assume that's going to happen. If the Bears lose and the Eagles win, you can flip those 2. But the Eagles are probably going to sit people either way because there's no point in playing to try and win a game that maybe won't matter. So if we assume the Bears win, the Seahawks-Niners game, obviously winner gets the number 1 seed.
Yep.
The Panthers-Bucks winner gets the number 4 seed.
Correct.
Easy. Depending on what happens in the Seahawks-Niners game could determine where the Rams are locked in. So if the 49ers win...
Putting the Niners in the 1 seed.
Yes, Niners in the 1 seed. Rams are locked in at 6. Seahawks are locked in at 5.
That makes sense.
Because obviously the Rams now have 1 more loss after yesterday. If the Seahawks win over the Niners, Seahawks lock in at 1,
Yep.
Rams could still play for the 5 seed over the Niners. I mean, again, they'll know the result now because the Seahawks-Niners game is on Saturday. So Seahawks win, Rams are still playing for 5 or 6, which kind of matters because you'd rather play at Bucks or Panthers than at Eagles.
Absolutely.
But does it matter enough to play your starters, or do you think Jimmy Garoppolo can beat the Cardinals, who are 3-13 or whatever? So, but in a world where the Niners win, the Rams have literally nothing to play for. They are locked in at number 6. They will sit everybody on that Sunday.
As somebody who usually never understands that, I believe I followed all of that, and yeah, it makes sense to me. Pretty much if the Niners lose, that's where we can get some motion for the Rams. If the Seahawks win, it's pretty much locked in, except for, I guess, if the Rams win. But yes.
But the Rams spot is set. It's
either 5 or 6 for the Rams.
Yes.
Yep.
If the 49ers win, they're 6.
Yep.
If the Seahawks win, could go 5 or 6.
Right.
And then again, 6 is not fun because in theory you have to go play at the Eagles, which, hey, this year, if you feel real confident, that might be the matchup you're hunting for.
I'm trying to guess it feels like the Eagles, damned if you do, right? Like it's either one of those two opponents you really don't feel awesome about, right? If you're the Eagles, it's probably more about you than the other team, right? If it's, Rams and Niners, in my opinion, that's pick your poison.
It's hope that the Lions have a revenge game so then you can play the Packers with no Micah Parsons.
Right. Yeah, and I know the Packers play an interesting, I read it out yesterday, the Packers have a scenario where they can potentially move seedings, or they might actually end up in Philly if there's a weird scenario where that can happen. So, I know the NFL will do a very good job of letting us know as everything's happening what the potential outcomes are. But the bigger point is also just there will be some movement in the NFL this weekend based off of the games. This will not be a ho-hum Sunday, Monday, or I guess Saturday, Sunday situation in the NFL for its final week. There is probably 4 or 5 games that really have some pretty significant impact, and I'm going to be locked in. I can't lie. I'm definitely usually somebody who week 18 feels like a bunch of scrubs, but with 3 or 4 games really coming down to divisions, and this NFC West battle where it's really for the number 1 seed. It's pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy going into week 18 with all of these different playoff scenarios. It's been, throughout the middle of the year as we were trying to figure out where everything was going to shake up, didn't feel like it was a very top-heavy NFL season, or more so that the good or the best teams in the NFL didn't really feel like they were juggernauts, and I still, to an extent, don't really feel like that. But there are just, almost like in the NBA, there's just a lot of good rosters, good teams out there. It's not just necessarily teams that have dominant one side of the ball. There's some teams out here that really do just feel like they can present a competitive matchup on every week. So I think it's going to be one of the more chaotic playoffs that we've ever seen, especially with, again, just the margins being so small. 3 NFC West teams are all going to have 12 wins or something like that. So, just the quality of what might be some of these wild card teams, I think it's going to lead to some entertaining results. And then, when you have a situation in the NFC South where you have a potential 8-win team making the postseason.
An annual tradition
Come
now.
On. It's incredible. We have to figure out something about this. I don't think it, especially now with there being 18 or 17 games, but if there has to be an above 500 rule or something. You can't get below 500 NFL teams in the playoffs.
Yeah, the AFC and NFC South, 15 years just stinking this whole thing up.
It's incredible.
I saw a crazy stat that was the last AFC South team to go to the Super Bowl was the Colts in 2010. The last NFC South team was the Bucks in 2020, whatever it was.
Brady, right.
But before that, it was the Falcons, 10 years ago. So those 2 divisions have put 1 team in the Super Bowl in the last 10 years.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Saints haven't squeaked in there one of these years. They've obviously been as close as you can get. Jaguars got close one year with Blake Bortles. They almost beat the Patriots. I'll never forget that one.
Titans were in a random AFC championship game one time with
with Ryan Tannehill and Derrick Henry, of course. A.J. Brown, I believe, was still on the squad as well. Jeez.
Just got smoked by the Chiefs.
Yeah, blast from the past. Wow. So, should be a very entertaining Week 18. Of course, not all the games will be great, but the ones that matter, I think you're going to feel the weight of it, especially in this Week 18 Should be good. Should be good. And as we head to the playoffs, I guess I heard Jason and Verlad doing it on, I believe it was 4-down territory, and it just seemed like a fun exercise. Kyle, I'm going to give you mine, and then you can give us yours. Your 3 playoff teams that you feel the most confident in. I guess if it's more of just like, yeah, you're willing to buy the ticket for these 3 teams. What 3 teams it doesn't have to necessarily, of course, be the best, but just the ones that you feel, if you're doing an elimination bracket or something like that, the ones that you feel most confident will be there at the end. I'll go first, and
Kansas City Chiefs. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, if you want to use one of them on them, go ahead. I'm gonna, and it's crazy because I can't shake off of them. I just can't quit the Rams. I'm gonna put the Rams. And this is not in any particular order. I'm gonna go Rams. I'm gonna go Patriots. Patriots would probably, as I say, I'm not gonna rank them. I would probably put the Patriots 3rd in my confidence. I just need to see it. Like there's been so many times where I feel like teams have great regular seasons, but then once you see in the postseason, it's just a different monster. And that's where I think, again, love him, but Drake May having to rely on Mac Hollins getting big catches or Kayshon Boutte getting catches, and it is frankly the same concern that I have for my other team in Buffalo. Like I think those are the 3 teams that I feel most confident in, but the receiving core on the Patriots and the Bills, I think that's going to come back and bite you at some point. I think you have to have true skill players or players that can make plays out of nothing. You can't just rely on your superstar quarterback to make plays. We saw with the Chiefs, it can get you far, it can get you to the Super Bowl, but at some point here, you need other players. You need a great line. Of course, the Bills have a fantastic run game in James Cook. He's been incredible this year, absolutely incredible. I think one of the most underrated players in the league. And the Patriots are starting to figure out their run game a little bit, but that's my big concern with those 2 AFC teams. I do not believe in the Broncos. I just don't. I know I heard Jason this morning say he's a believer in them. I just can't get there with Bo Nix. Their defense is incredible, but I just cannot trust that Bo Nix is going to win, 3 playoff games to win the Super Bowl. So that's where I fall. Kyle, who are your 3?
Yeah, I'm having a tough time with this because, the team I believe in the most is, I'll preface it by saying, whoever wins the Seahawks-Niners game.
Okay.
If the Niners have to go to Philadelphia for their first playoff game,
right,
then go to Seattle or Chicago, don't love their chances. But if
they stay home, right?
Not only if you stay home, but you get that bye where all the good teams are going to knock each other out. So whoever gets the 1 seed in the NFC, I feel like, is in a great spot to advance. Which is why the Niners kind of have to get it. The Seahawks, I don't know, maybe they could go on the road, and they get Carolina in the first playoff game. That's kind of like a bye.
Right.
But so yeah, I'd go Seahawks if they get the 1 seed. The Patriots, as much as I don't want to believe in them, by default, I kind of have to pick the Patriots. After that, yeah, I guess I would go with the Rams. I mean, the Broncos one is tough because if the Broncos win, they're going to get the 1 seed. And I feel like if you get the 1 seed, you're in a great spot in the AFC. But
it's not the end-all be-all, though.
No, it's not. But, man.
Denver is obviously altitude, but also with it being outdoors as well, that's a really tough place to have to go. New England probably is and Buffalo too are probably the most 2 suited to go into Denver and play a good game because they already play in those conditions. And that's
the thing. Buffalo, if they beat Jacksonville or Pittsburgh or whoever they play, Buffalo's going to get Denver probably in the second round. And I'm not betting against Josh Allen over Bo Nix.
No.
So, yeah, I guess I would go Seahawks, Rams, and I guess Patriots.
It's crazy. It is really crazy. It doesn't feel like that final boss is there, right? It doesn't feel like that big bad is there unless it is Josh Allen. Unless Josh Allen, it's all set up, right? That was the conversation coming into the season. It's been the conversation of Josh Allen's career. Patrick Mahomes isn't in the way. Lamar Jackson potentially isn't in the way. There is an open runway for Josh Allen to potentially have his moment finally, and it might not. I mean, again, we'll see, but it might not even be his fault that they don't make it. I think their lack of other playmakers might end up biting him in the butt. But who knows? I think that run game is strong enough to take him all the way, and I think Josh Allen is definitely a good enough quarterback to make enough plays. But You can't do it all by yourself, man. You just can't. Patrick Mahomes has shown us that you cannot do it all by yourself. Coming up, we're going to talk a little bit more about Josh Allen, the Bills losing the division. The Phillip Rivers experiment is finally over. And we just went over our favorite teams, or the teams that we have the most faith in. How about the teams that disappointed us the most in this NFL season? You're listening to the Allen Stiles Show, Sactown Sports.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
The new year is upon us with promises of new beginnings and new adventures. But don't let this past year slip away without savoring the memories made with family and friends. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Looking forward is always exciting, but I have a lot to appreciate in this past year, revolving around time with family and more good time spent around my Naturewood dining table. Watching my grandsons enjoy birthdays and holidays was priceless and reminds me that new life is the perfect balance between yesterday and today. Greet the new year with a visit to Naturewood Home Furnishings during their annual New Year's sale going on now, including all the fine furniture and accessories in every department. How about a new style for the new year? Find that perfect piece of furniture that's new today and filled with future memories for tomorrow. The memories you make with your family will stay with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
You live for this. The wins, the losses, the slam dunks, and the buzzer beaters. The dream that this is your team's year. Hope, it's what keeps you coming back. So you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when everything's on the line, your support means everything. That's why the NBA Store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today.
We're a Maverick too, 'cause you're a Maverick too.
Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments, some restrictions apply.
The Sactown Sports 49ers report is brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, located beside the Vacaville outlets. Niners win a huge game on Sunday night versus Chicago, 42-38. Brock Purdy was outstanding. He accounted for 5 touchdowns, throwing for 300 yards and 3 TDs, rushed for 2 more, while Christian McCaffrey rushed for 181 yards from scrimmage and had a touchdown as well. Niners finished the regular season Saturday with Seattle, with the winner getting the number 1 seed in the playoffs. Catch the game this Saturday beginning at 4 right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
The Travel Guys, new on KHTK 1140 every Saturday at 11 a.m.
We'll make you a smarter traveler. Tips you can use on the road and at the airport, plus reports from top consumer advocates.
The Travel Guys, 11 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140. Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Allen Stiles Show. Chris Watkins filling in for the day. Allen won't be gone, though. He'll be back here at 2 p.m. to host the afternoon show, an extended afternoon show, perhaps, as the Kings tip off in LA against the Clippers from the Intuit Dome, which I got to make my way out to at some point here.
All-Star game this year.
All-Star game's a good shout. That's a really good shout.
Go cover the Kings. Maxime and the Rising Stars.
Maybe. There you go. I was like, we got to shoehorn somebody in there, right?
Can Keegan still go to that?
No, I think it's only first 2. I think it's only first 2 years.
Yeah.
So,
that would be funny if a 25-year-old was in the Rising Stars.
It'd be very Kings. It definitely would be very Kings.
I mean, if Maxime gets there, he's going to be the oldest guy at the game, probably.
I would guess so. And what, he's 22?
22, might turn 23.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that, actually, funny enough, a little bit later. Can the Kings get an all-star? And ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, we're going to make an effort. We are going to make an effort to make an effort. And we will get to that in, I don't know, we'll call it 30 minutes.
We might have to team up with some, shall we say, old friends of Allen's.
I think we absolutely, yeah, we'll get to it at 11. Actually, no, we're actually going to get to it much later than 11. We're going to get to it. Let's see here. When do I have it? We'll just get to it later. How about that? Listen to the program, and you'll find out when. But just know that we will definitely be talking about the key. Oh, actually, we are going to talk about it in our next segment. So that's fine.
Beautiful.
But who knows? Who knows?
Nailed it.
That's what you call professional tease, ladies and gentlemen. As I was also just mentioning in that previous segment, Josh Allen's potential route to the Super Bowl this season will not include Patrick Mahomes. It will not include Joe Burrow, who's out of the playoffs. I did say it won't include Lamar Jackson, but that's not a guarantee yet. And that's on me. It's actually, I didn't know it to be a fact, but I threw it out because Lamar has played so terribly that it does, even if the Ravens do squeak in, it doesn't feel like it's been the Lamar that we've seen these past couple of years. And then you throw on the fact that Lamar candidly has been terrible in the playoffs. Like he just has, especially comparatively, but like he has not been Lamar Jackson in the playoffs.
You're not wrong. You're just early right now.
There you go. Exactly.
Because if the Ravens lose to Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers this weekend, they will not go to the playoffs.
It's incredible. I mean, the fact that division is still up for grabs. What, the Ravens started 0-5? Were they 1-5?
I think 1-5.
1-5 to start the season. Credit to them. I mean, again, a lot of that was without Lamar. And even when he did play, again, didn't quite look like himself. Derrick Henry
carried me to a fantasy championship. Love it.
Y'all. I don't know if y'all have ever heard me and Kyle do a show, especially when things get squirrely, but we tend to look up Derrick Henry's high school numbers, and Derrick Henry looked like high school Derrick Henry.
That's what's crazy about it. He was in high school 15 years ago.
15 years ago,
and
he is still treating people like they're high school.
I know you're a Vikings fan, so you probably saw that stat that flashed about the players in NFL history that have had 6 games of 200-plus rushing yards. It was...
No, I actually didn't see that graphic.
Oh, okay. It was during the game. So it is Adrian Peterson, 6. O.J. Simpson, 6.
Orenthal, yeah.
And Derrick Henry, 7.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Holy hell. I mean, and like that is... He deserves. I mean, he absolutely like that is a perfect list for him to be on. Like that is what it has felt like. Truly, like he has been one of the greatest, if not. I mean, he's been the greatest running back of this generation for sure. Post Adrian Peterson, 100%. Like it's incredible, and I would definitely, I would give him some MVP votes. Again, he's not sniffing it, but I think that.
Offensive Player of the Year.
Offensive Player of the Year is always a weird one. Yeah, don't give it to a quarterback, give it to a position player. But yeah, somehow the Ravens still have an opportunity, and it would be very, very, very Steelers of them to actually finish above 500, but not make the playoffs. That would be incredibly Mike Tomlin. And I did see an incredible graphic of it was a meme, actually, I should say, of somebody stepping on somebody with the face of the Steelers, and they step on a rake, and it's like, oh, Steelers going 9-8.
With like Mason Rudolph.
With Mason Rudolph, yes, it was going 9-8 with Mason Rudolph stepping on a rake, obviously hitting them in the face, and then the meme above it or below it was like them having a rake, doing like a kick flip, a back flip, landing it, and then stepping on the rake and going 9-8 with Aaron Rodgers. It's like
with Aaron Rodgers and trading for DK Metcalf.
And trading for DK Metcalf.
And trading for Jalen Ramsey. And
come on. Yep, trading for Jalen Ramsey.
And the throw in that deal was Jonnu Smith, which, by the way, is hilarious because Arthur Smith has now traded for Jonnu Smith in 3 different places.
Dude's a great tight end. He is a very solid tight end. Gives me a lot of Delaney Walker vibes, like just a very solid, not amazing, but just a very journeyman tight end who will always get the job done. I just cannot believe that somehow this division, the Ravens, weren't out of it when they were 1-5, but still have an opportunity to win the division on Sunday when they play the Steelers, and I believe that's a primetime game if I'm not mistaken.
Sunday Night Football.
Sunday Night Football. Yeah, I figured that they teed that one up.
Yes,
so,
Aaron Rodgers versus maybe Snoop Huntley, maybe Lamar Jackson.
Who knows? And then, you have in here as well, Kyle, and I have also seen it, people calling for Mike Tomlin's job and John Harbaugh's potentially. I think, do you view this as a potential loser leaves town?
Okay, so this is interesting because I have 2 different opinions about each coach. The Tomlin one I think is insane. The idea that they're trying to get rid of Mike Tomlin when I had the stat. He's like, over the last 7 years, been 20 games over 500 with like Duck Hodges, Mason Rudolph, Kenny Pickett, like 38-year-old Ben Roethlisberger, 35-year-old Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, the 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers.
I forgot about that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, like he's just had, clearly the problem is the quarterback. Like people are like, why can't the Steelers get over that? They have no good quarterback for 10 years. The Harbaugh one is tough because I'm like, I'm Baltimore. I don't know what else I do.
Yeah.
Like we've gotten deep in the playoffs. We've changed coordinators. We've had coordinators get hired. We've changed the roster. Like, at some point, you just got to look around and be like, sorry, John, I don't know what else we can do.
Yeah, I think that's I'm glad you said that because I do think that's a really, really strong perspective on both of them. Like, I think, I think it would feel not short-sighted, obviously, but like it would, letting go of Tomlin to me is getting bored with you could call it mediocrity. I would call it success. Like being above 500 every single season, especially listing all the quarterbacks
when the
you just
best
did.
Quarterback you've had is this version of Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, like that to me feels like you've been punching above your weight. And it feels like that is, hey, no matter, like to not read that Tomlin record and whatever, I think he literally hasn't finished below 500 in his coaching career.
Yeah, it's like 20 games above 500 with all those terrible quarterbacks.
And so with that, it's like, that tells me that no matter what team or to an extent, no matter what team you roll out there, he's going to get that group organized and at least proficient enough to compete on a weekly basis. And like the fact that I get, again, like kind of like what you said with Harbaugh, there is another level. I understand that you can, hit your head on the ceiling and never be able to break through. And that's maybe a different conversation, like you said, but to me, it's just it's focusing on the wrong thing if you're the Steelers. Like you should not. I don't know. I mean, it might sound too simple-minded, but like can you just wait until he doesn't have a winning season before you maybe consider it? Like I think just getting tired. Like just ask the Raiders. Like would the Raiders take being 9-8 every year? I just think they would. Like I know that's not really a fair thing to do, but it's just. It's kind of like the Kings situation with Mike Brown a little bit. It's like, why are we necessarily, it's great that, you can get better, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you should move on because what you have right now is a pretty solid foundation and you can build on a foundation, but if you're going to tear it down, you run the risk of everything being in shambles when you try and build it back up.
And where are you going to find another Mike Tomlin?
Nowhere.
Which, in fairness to the Ravens, where are you going to find another John Harbaugh?
Right.
With the Ravens one, I'm just like, I don't know what else you do. Like, you have the all-pro players. You have the franchise quarterback. You have seemingly a very good offensive coordinator. Maybe you change defensive coordinators, but they've changed coordinators before. They've had the coach of the Seahawks was their defensive coordinator.
Right, last season.
They've done everything. I just don't know what the Ravens pivot to.
Right. And to that point, too, of like them being fairly ready to go, like there's a certain level of coach that you have to hire then. You can't, bring in the Doug Christie equivalent if you're the Ravens. You have to bring in a coach that is potentially ready to bring that team to a Super Bowl. And as I'm trying to think of potential candidates, like I don't like the fact that Bill Belichick kind of is like a name that there's not many names of guys that you like. I think Mike Vrabel was obviously the guy that if you were to say who has a track record of getting sustainable success and, can really build a culture that if we let go of somebody who has already done that and has a certain amount of cachet will come in and still bring that and continue that. There's just not many names out there of guys, unless you're going to look at Mike McCarthy, who I'm just never going to be a fan of you signing.
Or you hire the next innovative coordinator guy, which that's good luck.
To your Seahawks point, you might have just let that guy walk out the door.
Yeah, exactly.
That the Seahawks are. It's incredible that Mike McDaniel was, McDonald. Thank you. I was like, I know I'm not getting that right. Mike McDonald. I know he's a defensive guy, but the Seahawks play both sides of the ball. He's done a great job of organizing that entire team, not just his defense, especially first-year coordinator coaches tend to do. So there you go. There was a little bit about the Ravens situation and everything like that. We will get into our most disappointing teams of the NFL season coming up in our next segment, as well as the NFL Hall of Fame announced and the NBA All-Star fan vote returns. We are going to make this a movement today, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. You're a part of it. All you have to do is stay tuned in for our next segment right here on the Alan Stiles Show, Sactown Sports.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Daniel Tosh, my first farewell tour. Saturday, January 24th, 8 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley.
This is how I come up with material. I rant to my friends and my family, my inner circle, and when they hate every word coming out of my mouth, I know it's ready.
Saturday, January 24th, 8 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley. On sale now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss your chance to see Daniel Tosh.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert. John Party. Chris Young. Turnpike Troubadours. Dylan Scott and more. Line dancing, live DJs, mechanical bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITBFest.com.
At InShape, there's a place for every kind of mover. The Sometimer, the early riser, after-work grinder, the yogi, lifter, walker, runner, sauna seeker, recoverer. If you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong. Start the year strong and join today at InShape.com.
Year-end pricing's in effect. Every vehicle's priced to sell before the new year during Happy Honda Days. At Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Get behind the wheel of your new Accord or Civic today. Own or lease during Happy Honda Days at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Just once a year, NorCal's largest gathering for anglers, hunters, boaters, RVers, and off-roading enthusiasts. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
Welcome back to the Alan Stiles Show. No Alan Stiles on this program today, but you can catch him a little bit later. Just like a little bit later. 2 o'clock. Holding down the afternoons. From 2 to... I almost had 4. That was my schedule yesterday. 2 to 6:30, potentially. Maybe 6. I'll tell you what, though. We'll have coverage all the way through 8 o'clock because regardless of Alan or if it's going to be a long game night, we've got it all the way till the 8 p.m. tip-off tonight in Los Angeles against the Clippers. And,
You're staying up?
I will not be watching. I will be actually, and we'll talk about it later in the show. I will have to rewatch it as I did the game on Sunday. But tonight I'm actually going out to Berkeley, and I'm going to see Cal Louisville basketball tonight. Excited to see Michael Brown. Me and my friend bought 4 tickets to Cal basketball games this year at the start of the year to go see draft prospects. Michael Brown is going to be for Louisville tonight. We bought tickets to the Duke game and to the UNC game as well. So we're going to see hopefully Caleb Wilson and hopefully Cam Boozer, or as Alan calls them, the good Boozer and the bad Boozer. And then, I think we bought tickets to the Stanford game as well. So I will be taking in some college hoops tonight and then getting to the Kings game later tomorrow.
Took me like 10 seconds to realize, oh, wait, that's a conference game.
Yeah, it is.
I was why is Louisville coming?
All of those are conference games.
It's like, why is Louisville coming here? Oh, yeah, that's right. They're in the stupid ACC.
Yes. In December, these kids on a Tuesday flew from Louisville, Kentucky to Berkeley, California.
I don't know. It's probably warmer in Berkeley than Louisville, maybe?
I don't know. I actually don't know.
I know it snows in Kentucky.
Well then, you might have them beat there, but should be an interesting one. It's pretty funny that I believe.
Currently 28 degrees in Louisville, Kentucky. So I think slightly warmer.
So I guess this is a little vacation for those kids, but it is nonetheless absolutely insane that we're playing ACC basketball in Cal Berkeley today. So. Should be interesting. I'm interested in seeing, specifically, I've said his name 4 times now because I think it's hilarious that his name is Mike Brown, and the fact that he could potentially be a King. Like, there is going, and I would suggest anybody, I don't know how much tickets are going for, not for necessarily tonight, but definitely if you have some time, Cal will be playing UNC and Duke early to mid-January. And so if you want to go see the Boozers, you want to go see UNC and what they got going on over there, you get Caleb Wilson. You can potentially see 3 of the top draft prospects, 3 of the top 10. Michael Brown of Louisville, who is playing in Cal tonight. He is currently 7th right now on the Tankathon big board. You have Caleb Wilson of North Carolina 4th, and you have Cam Boozer 2nd.
And because of the dumb ACC scheduling, West Coast double dip. Playing Cal one day, playing Stanford the next.
Are they really? I didn't even think about that, actually.
So Louisville
really
plays
smart,
Stanford Friday.
Okay.
So I guess they have to stay a few days, but
which is also, again, crazy for these quote-unquote student athletes, but sure.
Sure, spend New Year's in California.
Yeah, actually, I know worse things.
So UNC Stanford is on a Wednesday. UNC Cal is that next Saturday. And then
the Duke game is right there, too.
Yeah, let's see. The
week.
Duke.
I think it's like Tuesday, Thursday or something.
Yeah, so Duke plays on a Saturday. Oh, so Duke and UNC are
they're
flipping.
Just flipping?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. One's playing on a Saturday, one's playing on a Wednesday.
Interesting.
So I guess you can't do it unless you can be in two places at once.
You can try.
Send one friend to North Carolina,
we go.
or one
Stanford,
friend to
yep.
Palo Alto, one to Cal.
Just make it work. If you're, we're all trying to make the Kings better. So if we're going to be scouting, we need to try and cover as much ground as possible, and that's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to do my part and get these scouting reports in. So I'm very excited tonight to go see Michael Brown Jr. of Louisville. 22 points per game, 6.8 assists right now as a freshman. So should be exciting as draft season or draft prospect season, I guess, unfortunately, is already around the corner for the Sacramento Kings. Now, let's get into, as I'm going to have to push again, our most disappointing teams of the NFL season to another segment. Let's get into, you know what? No, I promised the Russell Westbrook stuff, or I'm sorry, I just spoiled the tease there, but I promised the NBA fan votes. We'll get to the NBA fan votes now. So this got released. When was this? On yesterday. This got released yesterday at 10 a.m. Shams put out the first fan results of the NBA All-Star voting process. And I talked about it a little bit on the show yesterday in the afternoon to close the show about how De'Aaron Fox not listed in the top 20. And it's not really, very difficult to get into the top 20. I mentioned Chet Holmgren is 19. Stephon Castle, De'Aaron Fox's teammate, is 18. Kawhi Leonard's 20 with 85,000 votes. 85,000 votes get you in the top 20. De'Aaron Fox, not included.
There's more people in Sacramento than that.
100%. Absolutely. And so to that point, there is no Sacramento Kings listed, obviously. I don't know who that player would be. Which got me and Kyle thinking, who would that player be? Who probably is the highest name on, and now granted, these are fan returns, but if the Kings were to, let's say, deserve an all-star for the season.
Which they don't.
Let's make this abundantly, they do not.
Yeah.
They do not deserve anybody sniffing that all-star game, and they won't. They will not have a single person sniffing that all-star game.
So Sabonis has missed over half the games.
Stars. Yeah, right.
Keegan's missed over half the games. Levine is currently out and not playing good.
Yep. And DeRozan is playing.
Sure.
On an 8-win team.
And putting up most efficient season of his career, though.
And so that brings us to what our main goal of today's show is going to be. As I checked social media this morning on the NBA account, I was surprised to see that our votes today for the NBA All-Star Game fan vote count as triple, which to me feels like a wonderful opportunity. And I would like to, as Kyle said, extend an olive branch to former friends of Allen or acquaintances or, someone who just knew Allen. And that is Russell Westbrook FC, his fan club. Please, ladies and gentlemen, this is easy. Stephon Castle is 18th on the list with 93,000 votes. And my point of yesterday, more so, I guess you could say, calling out De'Aaron Fox for not being on this list, my argument was essentially, hey, it's not all Sacramento, buddy. It's clearly something that you're doing with your star power or your marketing that isn't clicking with the fan base. Russell Westbrook has a huge fan base. This isn't even necessarily about Russell Westbrook, the player, or how he's done this year. It's about people flexing. Let's not forget who runs this fan stuff better than anybody else.
It is fans that really love a very particular player or team.
Yes. And we can come together and flex. And it's the definition of weird flex. It is like, this should be the picture in the dictionary of weird flex, is getting Russell Westbrook to the top 20 of Western Conference voters.
Yeah.
Which also doesn't get you in the game. Doesn't get you anything.
Well, yeah, because...
But it's, again, sorry, it's just merely to point, hey, Sacramento, this is what happens when you play in Sacramento. It doesn't matter if we have 8 wins. We're willing to show out. We're willing to say, hey, we know Russell Westbrook doesn't deserve to be in the All-Star game, but we're Sacramento, and you're saying that if we could vote somebody in, then they'll be in. And we're going to try our darndest because we're crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Zaza Pachulia and Andrew Wiggins ruined it for us to actually be able to put these people in the All-Star game. But you can flex and say, Russell Westbrook's in the top 10. Why? Because Sacramento Kings fans and the insane Russell Westbrook fans that called Allen a tubster came together.
Incredible.
Came together and put Russell Westbrook in the All-Star game.
And that's all we're going for. That's fan vote. That's all we're going for. That is literally all. We're just trying to weird flex here. And so I use these airwaves, this signal that goes who knows how far, to just say, let's weird flex, okay? Let's just do it. Just vote for Russ today. Your vote counts as triple. You might not have to do it again. And let's just get him in the top 20. That's it. I just want him appearing in there.
If you want to vote other Kings, cool. Just make sure to not vote Kawhi Leonard, Chet Holmgren, Stephon Castle, Jimmy Butler, Larry Markkinen, Devin Booker, Jamal Murray, Anthony Davis, or James Harden.
We need to suppress the bottom.
Yeah.
That is key. We do need to suppress the bottom. But I do truly believe Russ's fan base is big enough, and I know the Kings fans are crazy enough to get it done regardless. And and it's frankly something I talked about a good bit yesterday, and maybe we can get into it at some point. But to me, maybe this is another signifier that something's different. Something maybe isn't, I won't say isn't right, but I feel like Kings fans might start being a little bit detached. I don't know the words I want to use, but it feels like the emotions that people have towards the Kings, where it was, I don't care how bad they are, I just go out and support. It's not about, I just like to support the guys that are wearing the Sacramento across their chest. Of course, I want them to be good, but that's not going to change. Hey, don't talk bad about my Kings. It feels like that, for lack of a better term, crazy edge has been lost. I don't care that we have 8 wins. I think Russell Westbrook deserves, anybody. Maxime right now, it could be anybody. I just think
I would like to use my time and energy to get Russell Westbrook on the vote.
That kind of thing does not exist right now for the Kings. And that's strange. That is different. That is like undeniably different than what it's been in the past. And I just want to be able to put my finger on it. We'll talk about it throughout today's show. Coming up next, though, you're definitely going to want to hear Scott Perry over the holiday weekend talked a lot on his old former podcast, the Hoop Genius podcast, about how he envisions not only the Kings, but the NBA in the future. You're definitely going to want to hear this coming up next. Allen Stiles Show, Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The clock is ticking. This holiday season, give the gift they'll really love. A new Honda from Northern California's best Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Happy Honda days are happening right now. Score big with low payments, top trade-in value, and a huge selection of new Hondas, all at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on the results of the study recognized on June 18, 2025, USA Today's list of California's top car dealers 2025.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. The winter months bring joy, but also with more rain and snow, unfortunately, more accidents. Over the last quarter century, thousands of Northern California residents have looked to Ashton & Price to be their Rudolph with a law license to guide them through the storm of an injury claim. As always, we wish you and your family the safest and happiest of holidays. But if you need us, at Ashton & Price, we're here for you. So whether you've been naughty or nice, happiest holidays from Ashton & Price.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
The new year is upon us with promises of new beginnings and new adventures. But don't let this past year slip away without savoring the memories made with family and friends. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Looking forward is always exciting, but I have a lot to appreciate in this past year, revolving around time with family and more good time spent around my Naturewood dining table. Watching my grandsons enjoy birthdays and holidays was priceless and reminds me that new life is the perfect balance between yesterday and today. Greet the new year with a visit to Naturewood Home Furnishings during their annual New Year's sale going on now, including all the fine furniture and accessories in every department. How about a new style for the new year? Find that perfect piece of furniture that's new today and filled with future memories for tomorrow. The memories you make with your family will stay with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports 1140.
Alan Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Welcome into the second hour of the Alan Stiles program. Chris Watkins filling in all the way to 2 o'clock. And then guess who's taking the baton? You'll never guess. Alan Stiles. Ever heard of him?
Alan Stiles.
There you go. That guy. Alan Stiles holding down the afternoon. That's weird to say. Holding down the afternoon, Alan Stiles. So yeah, that will be happening until 6 o'clock. Maybe 6:30. Maybe. Who knows? Yeah, we got to figure. Alan's a deal maker. I feel like Alan is going to work. I don't know.
You just have to tune in at 6 o'clock to see.
You got the handoff. Will it be a handoff?
Maybe it'll be Allen. Maybe it'll be Scott Marsh.
It's a read option. They're running the read option here. He's either going to pass it off. Who knows, though? Allen might be an RPO guy. Maybe he's even got a little bubble route in there. Who knows?
I also forgot. I think the High Flyer is in Los Angeles, too.
Is he really?
It's going to be extra special game night.
Extra special game night. It live from Intuit and... Wow. No, I didn't know that. So, there you go. That could be a very, very special game night for you with a always special pregame with Jason Ross, Henry Turner, and the G-Man. And then, leading you all the way up till tip-off at 8 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, post-dinner basketball. And we're not going to sleep tonight. I mean, man, that is, that's brutal for the East Coasters, man. An 11 p.m. tip-off in the East Coast. It's just not happening. When you freaking get what's it called? That's just nuts. That's just crazy.
An 11 p.m. matinee.
You're just not doing that. Especially with two teams, 8-24, 8 and a 10-win team. Nobody on the East Coast better be watching that at 11 o'clock.
Let me put it like this. The actual Peacock game, the Pistons and the Lakers, you think Pistons fans are staying up till 10:30? I mean, number one seed playing the Lakers. You think Pistons fans are starting at 10:30?
Yeah, I didn't even consider that part of it either. That's rough. That's very rough. The NBA's got to figure that out. There has to be a better way. I've even thought in the past, and it might be a little ambitious, and I know they care about crowds and obviously maximizing viewership and all that stuff with the networks, but a noon basketball game would be pretty fun. A 2 o'clock I think we can get a little bit more fun with when we play our basketball.
I think they are going to do this later on in the season. I believe they have the ESPN Wednesdays. They're doing triple headers later in the season. I think they did one for the Cup.
Oh, they did. Yes, and it started at 2. I think
it was 2:30, 5, and 7:30.
Yeah, that is right. Yeah, because I think that. And maybe it's because it is a special event, but who doesn't love when March Madness is going on and there's a game on, right?
I think it was also the day before Thanksgiving, too, is why they did it.
Gotcha. You get people off work anyway. So that does make sense, but their mind's in the right place, which I like. Again, I think basketball is a sport where, not every single, baseball tips or has first pitches all the time, 9 o'clock, 12. I think we can get a little creative with when we start our basketball games and still have I think it would be a different experience. When they have Sunday matinee games, it feels different in there. Strangely enough, Golden One Center is lit differently. The light comes through the side of the building and it kind of comes onto the court a little bit. There's just a different energy too in the crowd when it's a 3 o'clock tip. Something about it is different. So I hope they kind of bring that in.
Yeah, remember when the Kings had that game 7 that started at 12:30? That was weird.
We don't talk about that. We do not talk about that day. That was, Yeah, I do remember getting up, and it definitely felt like an early night.
I think we went on the air at like 8 a.m. or something like that.
I think we did 8 a.m. that day. That was quite a day.
Yeah, that's the earliest one I've. Oh no, there was one random one I remember the year after. On Super Bowl Sunday, they played in OKC at like 11:30 in the morning or something like that. Like I think Jason Ross and I were here at like 10 in the morning for a random ridiculous Super Bowl Sunday game against the Thunder.
Everyone was tuned in, I'm sure. That's absolutely incredible. So, hopefully the NBA goes the opposite way. If we can tip games off at 8 p.m. or 11 p.m. Eastern, maybe we can go the opposite way and maybe get some noon tip-offs, get some 2, 3 o'clock tip-offs, and just change the energy a little bit. I think a little would go a long way, and I think people might actually, again, just like day games are different in baseball. It's just a really different way of playing the same game, but dressing it up a little bit differently. And talking about dressing, I don't want a senior segue, so I'm not going to segue like that. Let's get into Scott Perry in the Hoop Genius.
Senior segue strikes again.
God,
if you acknowledge the senior segue,
I shouldn't have done it. Yeah. I shouldn't have done it.
Maybe this is a meta thing. If you acknowledge the senior segue, you are by default senior segue.
I am segueing into
senior segue strikes again.
He always gets me. So let's talk about Scott Perry, who, man, I mean, candidly, Kyle just came in during the break to tell me that, frankly, for the lack of a better term, Scott Perry did GM speak a little bit all over this place. He also did give some really, really good detail within that GM speak, but it's not as bad as Monty McNair. Monty McNair, you would quite literally get nothing, and you would have to parcel through the ways that he said things, the tone in which he said an answer to try and maybe guess what he was thinking. Scott Perry is not like that. He is very honest. He is very truthful, but he does tend to play the hits. He does tend to tell us the 6 key pillars, and prudent and opportunistic. And, it's funny because he brings up the Mike Brown thing of vertical and horizontal alignment. He doesn't use that exact phrasing, but he talks about how important it is that him and Doug are on the same page and him and Vivek are on the same page and all that stuff. So I think it's always important. Anytime your GM speaks, it is very important to listen, A, because they don't speak often, but B, those are the decision makers. And Scott Perry will have us believe that he is the end-all, be-all in terms of decision-making right now in Sacramento. And so when he says these things...
Even if it's on his old podcast.
Even when it's on his old podcast.
Don't forget my podcast.
Old friends, all this stuff. Like, he is chumming it up with these guys. I will give them credit, though. They did ask questions. Now did they back Scott into a corner and make him sweat? No, and that's not what that podcast was for, but I do think I will have to give them credit, absolutely. They did a good job of actually asking Scott Perry real questions, not like, how great is it in Sacramento? Tell me about the fans. Hey, tell me about how great it is to be around Russell Westbrook. They got into some of those things, but it was not framed as a puff piece interview. But yeah, I'll let you hear it for yourself. Here's Scott Perry talking about kind of where he views this Kings rebuild and if there was any message he had to Sacramento Kings fans out there.
Thought it would be a good chance for you to speak directly to the fans who, are in a bit of a tough situation and a bit anxious about what's happening, to kind of give them an insight into and expand on what you meant by that.
First of all, Mo, to go back on that passage in that report, if you know me well enough, I never put a time frame on anything like that.
Well, you know the internet well enough, Scott. No one's reading the full report. They're getting a headline.
3 to 5, no. Look, all I've always talked about is that we've got to have some patience and we got to be prudent throughout this process. So for however long it's going to take, again, to build a sustainable winner. And so what we're at in the early parts of now is really just trying to establish a foundation. Built on an organizational foundation about what we're going to be about. I think last time I was on, I talked to you about these 6 pillars that are very important. Again, being out for a few years, really got a chance to study winning organizations, not just in basketball, but football, baseball, whatever. And a lot of them had the following: competitive, tough, team-oriented, professional, accountable, and disciplined. We're looking for our entire organization to mirror those pillars, not just the basketball players, but the coaches, front office, everybody that comes in contact with us. And then, from a playing standpoint, we want to be a team that's going to defend, rebound, and share the basketball.
All three.
Play with great
Never heard that.
energy and pace. So that's what we're going to be building towards. And so ownership and I are completely aligned in terms of how we're going to go about doing this. And they've been extremely supportive and continue to be. And look, as you both well know, and Brendan lived for a number of years, the importance of symmetry between ownership, front office, and the rest of the organization is key to any team being successful. And so that's what we have and will continue to work together and do the very best we can to make the people of Sacramento extremely proud of what we ultimately put together here.
Well, there you go. I hope you heard my ad-libs throughout that. Not a lot of new stuff there. I mean, that is, again, Scott Perry playing the hits. And I thought it was at least important enough to play because, obviously, again, like it is Scott Perry, one of his rare media appearances or one of his rare public appearances, speaking about the state of the team. And that is him being directly asked if there's any message that he has for Kings fans. And a lot of GM speak, a lot of word salad there, a lot of things that we've already heard, the pillars, the vertical and horizontal alignment. Again, him reaffirming that him and Vivek are on the same page and all of this stuff.
Which Al and I have joked, if you got to keep saying it over and over again, like, why do you have to keep telling us all the time that you have the autonomy and the alignment?
Yeah, there is a great Game of Thrones quote that is essentially no great king has to say he's a king. It's like if you are great, it's like it's known. It's something that doesn't have to be spoken on because it's just clear and obvious. Everyone knows you're the king. You don't have to go say, "Hey, I'm the king. Like, listen to me." And how dare you protest against your king? And so, doth protest too much, I guess, is what it feels like with Scott Perry, is what you're saying.
I see what you did there, Kings.
It just sometimes works out like that, Sometimes I don't always try and do it. It's just called being naturally talented, and that's what's going on here on these airwaves. So let's cut it now to Scott Perry, and this is where I actually thought there was something substantial. We'll get into how he kind of what example he uses to how he wants to build this out. Let's get into Scott Perry's thoughts on the future of the NBA. He's asked, as Scott mentions in that answer, studying trends as he was out of the league. What are some of the things that Scott has observed in that time, but also now that he's been in the fire a little bit? How does Scott Perry see the future of the NBA? And most crucially, how does the Kings' future fit into that vision?
To your point, talking about trades now and the number of teams that are negotiating either the first or second apron. Now, if you're dealing with the second apron team and you're trying to trade, let's say, bigger salary, a huge impediment for that team is, A, they can't take back $1 more. B, they can't aggregate, meaning they can't trade you 2 or 3 players to equal the salary of maybe one player that you want to trade. So now, that makes it extremely difficult to deal with those teams. So it takes out, almost a third of the league in a sense of being able to do maybe one-to-one deal in that type of example. So that's why you end up seeing the thought process behind 3 and 4 team deals, because you're trying to massage everybody's apron issues, and your better teams more than likely are either approaching the second apron or in the second apron because they've got, they've invested in big players and that have helped them win and pushed them into that area. So, but even those teams are always looking to tweak their rosters, but then trying to find the right fit, between your roster and their roster, and making sure that the salary has to match perfectly, or they take back a little less, makes it difficult. And it's changed even the nature of free agency too. I don't know that you're going to see, the movement in free agency to that degree of all, the big names and stuff anymore, because again, it's it's limiting in terms of how much money and space, teams are going to have. And a lot of, good players, as we read, a lot of times are always looking to maybe go to teams that are already there, top 2 or 3. Well, that's makes it hard to do. So, but it's exciting. Again, I look at everything. Again, that's the glass half empty. For me, I'm more half full, and I think more teams that you see now, like, obviously OKC, who's at the top of the league, the big trade for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has paid off, but the majority of that group has been done through the draft.
Yes.
And developing players. And so I think that's why we talk about time, patience, prudence, because you got to draft well, but then you got to develop those players. No matter how good they are coming out of college or from Europe, it takes time to develop. You got to go around this league a couple of years and take your lumps and learn the personnel and learn what you can and cannot do, and then work to improve. It's important that you have a staff that can develop these young guys and help them reach their potential. That is where, to me, is the biggest area in terms of roster construction, and the most economic way of building the depth in your roster is going to be through the draft and the cost certainty that rookie scale contracts bring.
Boom. So there you go. Straight out of the horse's mouth there. I think that, to me, is the biggest signifier of anything that I have heard so far from Scott Perry that tells me his vision is not winning trades and, using the Kings' current assets to build what will be the Kings' future. It sounds to me like Scott Perry believes that the draft is probably the best way to build this thing. And the only team that he specifically mentioned there was OKC. And I think if I had to try and, I guess, combine everything he's saying there, is he's probably views he's going to try and get the SGA, if you will, from whatever he can trade off of this current asset. He pretty much actually did specifically say a lot of the times when you make trades or try to make trades, it's the De'Aaron Fox case where these guys already have a list of teams that they specifically want to go to. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm not breaking news here when I tell you Sacramento is on 0 of those lists. Okay. And so that's just the inherent issue, problem, dilemma with being the Sacramento Kings and trying to acquire a big talent via trade. And so I think Scott is more so saying there, what we have to do is try and get an under-the-radar guy who, you might not in that exact moment think, oh, the Kings just traded for their future X, but he can, as Scott mentions, develop them into that player. I think a perfect example of the type of player or trade that seems to be for me, like Kyle, I think like Anthony Black or something like that, where it's a guy who, Josh Giddey, of course, like the Chicago example, or him in Chicago now, like I think that's the kind of benefit or the surprise trade win that they're expecting or hoping for is that is going to be the thing that they're not really banking on, but it's going to be one of their dice rolls. They're not viewing that as we have to get something good in return for these stars that we already have to set us up for the future. I think that they are going to view it more as we would like to get players, young players that maybe are undervalued, you're not excited about, we're excited about, and then frankly, like, give us picks and we'll figure out the rest, because we just think that that's the best way of doing this thing. Again, just continuing to roll the dice on guys instead of maybe saying, as he points out, sometimes you draft guys with great pedigrees in college and they still don't work out. So you'll trade or draft a guy and you'll think, this is it. Like, this is weird. This is us putting a stamp on the move we wanted to make, and it doesn't pan out. And so I think, to me, Scott Perry is pretty much saying there, we want dice rolls. We want as many dice rolls as possible, and we want low risk, high reward.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to frame it, because at the end of the day, whether it's rebuild, restart, whatever people want to call it, the way I look at it is like you got to get 8 to 9 players who are capable of being NBA starters. Like, if they were in someone's starting lineup, you wouldn't be like, oh, that's weird that guy's in a starting lineup, basically. And if one of your current players can net you maybe one of those guys in the future on a rookie scale contract, you make that trade. That's the calculation the Bulls made when they traded for Josh Giddey. When the Bulls traded for Nikola Vucevic, they said, we're 1 star away and we will give up the potential of multiple rotation players down the line to trade for Vucevic. And that ended up being like Wendell Carter, Franz Wagner, and I think they picked Jet Howard, and that one was a bust. But again, Orlando's like, yeah, we lost Vucevic, but we got Wendell Carter, who still starts for them, and Franz Wagner, who is a starter. Yep. So, like, that was a good trade. And I think that's kind of the waiting period the Kings are in right now is, hey, Sabonis could last through a rebuild and still be a great player in 3 to 4 years. But if we can get 3 first-round picks, all of which turn into shots at the board to get future NBA starters, then we want to get those shots at the board like OKC did. And, you know, eventually you've got 8, 9, 10 guys that are capable of being NBA starters, young, defend, play multiple positions, things like that.
Yeah, no, I think the Vucevic example is like an actual perfect one. Like, I think that's the exact kind of move that I see the Kings doing. And funny enough, me and my friend got into a pretty spirited debate about, like, I just don't see, like, he was pretty much saying, like, oh, I feel like Sabonis can get us 2 first-round picks. Like, if you really shop him, I think you can get him for 2 first-round picks. I just don't know if I see that. Like, and that, again, might be a whole separate argument, it's a whole separate conversation. But to me, I just feel like the Kings would be, and now probably getting a first-round pick and a good one at that. But I think the hope for me would be, a better example would be, that Vucevic trade where you get a Wendell Carter, who is a mid-tier lottery pick, who is a solid rotational center and maybe a fringe starter, bottom 5 starter in the NBA. But you get that. You called it a dart throw. I'll call it a dice roll. You get that, and it ends up being Franz Wagner. You could have nailed it with Jet Howard, but I just think that that's the route that I hope the Kings go. And, I also, I guess a little unrelated, like I just can't get like the, as I say, dice roll or low risk, high reward, like the Pokuševskis of the world. Like, he's always going to be the example because that to me is the genius of OKC. Alexander Pokuševski was going to be 2 things. He was either going to be a star or he was going to be a massive, massive fraud bust. And those are the kind of swings that OKC should have been taking at that time because there really was no benefit for an in-between player at that time. SGA hadn't popped off. They were looking for that guy to be their guy. And I hope the Kings take a similar mindset. I hope they kind of view as, now it can't be if you get the 3rd pick in the draft or whatever, you obviously need to take a little bit more calculated of a risk. But at some point, it just has never, even when the Kings were floundering with DeMarcus and all those years, it has never felt like they were willing to take the really big dice roll. They always tried to play it safe, and most times than not, they would, aim for the stars and land on, like Mount Everest.
I think the other part too is, and this is kind of my thought on it, no one's inherently better at this than anyone else. So getting the shots at the board.
Talking about drafting?
Yeah, drafting and developing may be different, but drafting itself, OKC has misses. I always bring this.
San Antonio has misses.
San Antonio hasn't made the playoffs in 7 years. Now they're going to break it this year, but San Antonio didn't get good again until they started hitting on the lottery picks. So, yeah, I mean, and the other part too is OKC tried to trade Shai Gilgeous-Alexander back in like the early days of that rebuild. It's not like they believed that they had this generational star or anything like that. So I just think part of it is you get as many shots at the board because no one is better at it than anyone else. And so getting different shots at the board gets talent in the door, and then you can figure out how to utilize that talent as you go along. And that's the argument for trading stars for draft picks or trading players for picks or not attaching a pick to move a contract, or like what Brooklyn's doing, using cap space to acquire picks, situations like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And so there's Scott Perry, and we don't have time to get to it, but there was another piece of audio where Scott Perry essentially talks about where he sees the NBA going and pretty much says, I think 2 bigs is a trend that I see a lot of teams moving towards. He again uses OKC and their example of Chet Holmgren and Isaiah Hartenstein. I believe he used Minnesota as an example with, just Rudy Gobert and Naz Reid and Jaden McDaniels, but kind of sees that as the future trend of the NBA. And I think Kings fans should absolutely hear that. And, it's kind of crazy, but that might honestly be the most telling thing that Scott Perry said about the actual roster construction of this team is that he sees the future of the NBA going towards two bigs. And, if he sees that as the future, something tells me he's going to obviously steer his roster construction in that way as well. So could we see Maxime Reynaud potentially play the 4? Could it be a Maxime Reynaud, Dylan Cardwell future at the end of this season? Who knows? Could it be Maxime Reynaud and Domantas Sabonis? We have not really been able to see how those two function together, but I think that might be a more realistic path, especially with how Maxime is playing right now. If Sabonis does eventually come back this season, it wouldn't surprise me if the Kings keep Maxime Reynaud in that starting lineup that allows you to move Keegan Murray to the 3. I'm not saying it's going to work, but it does sound like that's something that the Kings are at least going to kick the tires on. Coming up next is a very exciting segment. We're going to go in and we're going to see where Russell Westbrook falls on the all-time point guard list. I mean, this thing is crazy. This man is moving up the all-time scoring list, the all-time assist list. He's up in steals as well. What do we do? I'm hosting Alan's show, so what are we doing here? What do we do with Russell Westbrook's career? I'm not sure.
What are we doing?
We'll try and figure it out on the other side. You're listening to the Alan Stiles Show, Sactown Sports.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
California's largest sportsman's expo is back, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. We've got more tackle. Grab deep discounts on a huge selection of fishing gear, apparel, and accessories at the giant Fisherman's Warehouse booth. NorCal's largest gathering for anglers, hunters, and off-roading enthusiasts. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. More info at sportsexpos.com.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 916-619-3000 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Award-winning guitarist and songwriter Gary Clark Jr.
Tour 2026, Saturday, January 31st, 7 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley. An electrifying night of music with Gary Clark Jr.'s special guest, Marcus King Band. On sale at the venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit thundervalleyresort.com. Gary Clark Jr. Live.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today. Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments, some restrictions apply.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Let's see here. Russell Westbrook's career, it's not over yet. It ain't over till it's over.
Senor Segway strikes
So
again.
the fat lady sings, as they say.
We're going to have him back next year, maybe?
I would say maybe. I think I just saw... It was either Scott Perry or Doug. I want to say it was Doug had quotes after... I want to say it was the Laker game. But I saw a graphic that had Doug essentially saying the gist of it was Russ has been great, and we want him to kind of usher in this new era of Sacramento Kings basketball. So crazier things have happened.
That's crazy to hear, because remember,
Let
like,
me see if I can get that quote.
what was that, 6 weeks ago that Doug was like, we are here to compete, we are here to win, we are here, and now it's like, oh, we're moving into the new era. Like,
It's been pretty crazy.
yeah, that was game 11 that he was throwing his hands down and being like, you don't deserve to wear this jersey if you don't play hard, and we're gonna press you for 48 or 94 feet, and
they know what you ate for breakfast.
That's right.
yes, all that stuff. And that was what, like 15 games ago?
I don't know if you remember, Kyle, but the thing that I was like, when he said it, I was like, oh, I'm ready for this season. It was in the preseason. There's 2 fights. There's 2 games every day. The fight in the game itself.
Don't get me started on that.
What's their record? What
Chris,
is their record?
Okay. This was, again, do not look at the man behind the curtain. This was one of my biggest, like, things I was sad about with Allen. One, I wanted to lean all the way into I wanted to be a Spurs fan and do a bit about that.
He was
not going for that.
0% chance.
The other one was at the start of the season, I wanted to do a fight counter. Yes, and he wouldn't go for it. I wanted to every game, because it would feel like we're making fun of Doug, which in a way we are, but I wanted to do a fight tracker. And I think to start the season, they were 1-3. I remember that. They were 1-3
through the first 2 games,
through the first 4 games, and then we kind of let it.
Oh, in terms of fight, just
yes,
the fight.
in terms of the fight, yes. They were 1-3 in the fight.
Yeah,
2-2 on the record. 1-3 on the record. I can't remember.
I would like to know how many games went the inverse, like where they won the game, but Doug feels like they lost the fight, and then obviously when they won the fight but lost the game.
After the Bulls game, I think was when we kind of gave up on the bit. But if it were up to me,
started losing the fight a lot.
Yeah. After that, we stopped doing it, but I wanted all season long to do a fight tracker because, again, it's. I don't mean to make fun of Doug, but the whole thing was just very silly.
I mean, in your defense, like if you're going to say something like that, and frankly, I mean, people were aware that the Kings had a lot of potential to have the season they're having. Like, it's kind of, you're throwing you guys a lob. Like, somebody should have been keeping track of the fight tracker.
I wanted to so bad, and we were gonna do, or I wanted to do sound effects like
ding, ding.
or what's it called, the Rock'em Sock'em, or Street Fighter.
Yes.
It was gonna be Street Fighter sound effects every time we checked the fight tracker, and we wouldn't go for it. I wanted to do it, but again, it would feel like we're making fun of Doug.
God forbid. I mean, it's okay. I mean, they're 8-24. I think that definitely deserves a little bit of cracking jokes. I think that's okay. I feel like, I obviously have no power in the situation, Kyle, but I think that would have been a very good concept.
We'll check in tomorrow and see how the fight tracker is going.
Let's see here. I'm trying to find this quote from Doug Christie on Russell Westbrook, but essentially, I am just saying that it was pretty much exactly what I said, is that he hopes that Russ is going to be a pillar for Sacramento Kings basketball and somebody that they can use as an example for the next generation here moving forward. So let's get into it, actually. Let's actually do this. You know what? Actually, I am going to pivot. We're gonna get into the meat and potatoes of it in the next segment, just because we don't have enough time for it.
So you're saying you're gonna segue?
I'm gonna.
Senor Segue strikes again.
Segue out of it, absolutely. Because I think the it just deserves its full capacity. So let's move on to Nikola Jokic, who will be out for 4 weeks. That came out this morning. After going down with a pretty scary-looking injury the other day. He hyperextended his knee. Sam Amick talked about it this morning with Jason Ross, and then Shams pretty much came out, at 8:30 or something this morning, 9:30 this morning, and came out and said that Jokic will miss a month, which is actually crazy enough. Like, that is definitely good news for the Denver Nuggets, that he won't be missing the entire season. Will be interesting to see if he's going to qualify still. He can only, let's see. Oh, Kyle, you're way ahead of me. Nuggets play 18 games in January. He can only miss 17 to qualify for awards and All-NBA teams. So that's definitely something to track, even though he probably, I guess you could, well, especially with missing a month, probably wasn't going to win it. There's a lot of contract incentives for, okay, well, if Jokic isn't going to be top 5 MVP, if he's not going to be able to make an All-NBA team, somebody's got to fill that spot. And who that is, Bam, I don't know, but somebody's going to, probably Karl Anthony Towns, will be the beneficiary of potentially of Jokic not being able to make that list.
Karl steals another Supermax.
He really might, man. Like, he should be very, very, obviously nobody's excited, but like Jokic should, Karl Anthony Towns should be, a little pep in his step today.
The one who used to be like that was Charlie Villanueva, who, like, if you look at his if you look at his basketball reference, he would have wildly great seasons, and they would always come in a contract year.
All right, let's see.
Karl Anthony Towns is that. Just get a Supermax, play like a above average to average player, get traded, get another Supermax.
I don't recall. Wow, I mean, shout out Charlie Villanueva, who, to your point, in his 4th NBA season, which is when your contract is up, 16 points per game, 6 rebounds as well. Wow, that is just not a name that I've thought about in a very long time, Charlie Villanueva.
That was the one who, when I was a kid, people would always say, oh, it's contract year, you got to get your Charlie Villanueva on.
Yeah, this dude, definitely a professional bag finesser, as he, 16 points per game, next season 11.9, next season 11, and then, was under 7 points per game the rest of his career, was done by the age of 31. So Charlie Villanueva, definitely a meme legend for sure, but apparently also a legend of getting the bag. So always a fan of those who can go fetch that out for him. So actually, I'm looking too, and you put it in here, Kyle, the Basketball Reference MVP tracker, which usually does a very good job of trying to find the probability of who's going to win the award. Nikola Jokic was actually first in their MVP tracker with 74.4% probability of winning that. Again, if he's going to miss 17 games, he will not be eligible for MVP. Pretty much handing it to SGA is in the probability tracker. It's Jokic 74.4%, SGA 21.9%, and then third place was Luka Doncic at 1.4%. So a pretty huge chasm between the two favorites, and then pretty much the rest of the pack, who includes Luka, Cade Cunningham, who definitely will continue to have a shout if the Pistons continue to play this well. Jalen Brunson is 5th, Alperen Şengün 6th, Karl Anthony Towns 7th, Austin Reeves, crazy enough, is 8th on this list. I don't know about that. So there you go. Nikola Jokic will miss about a month, and the Kings, unfortunately, done playing Denver. Did we play them 4 times, I think, this season?
Yeah, because they
already?
added one for the Cup games.
Yeah, they added that Cup game where the Kings, of course, get Minnesota and Denver as their 2 additions.
But they beat
Just
them
some
once.
light work. But, so the Kings at least, well, I shouldn't say at least, because it actually probably would have been nice to play Denver while Jokic is out, but nonetheless, don't get the benefit of that. So we will, in our next segment, be talking about a dear friend of one Nikola Jokic, Russell Westbrook, who, by the way, Jokic is dangerously approaching Russell Westbrook's triple-double career mark. I believe he's 30 to 40 behind on him. So that is definitely something that I know Russ is very aware of. So who knows if we see an elevated effort from one former MVP on the Sacramento Kings in order to kind of boost those numbers a little bit more. So we'll get into that. Is Russell Westbrook a top 3 point guard of all time? We get into it. Who better to discuss than 2 guys who are under 30, right? Absolutely. That's coming up next right here. Alan Stiles Show, Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Coach Christie here letting you know the year-end sell-a-thon is on at Folsom Lake Ford. And with your approved credit, get 0% financing plus 0 down, plus no payments for 90 days on select new Fords. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford today. Interest accrues from date of purchase.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
All right, let's clean this up a little bit. Kyle made me. As I teased, 2 guys who, weren't around for the Bob Cousy era of basketball, going to determine if Russell Westbrook is a top 3, top 5, top 10, top 1 point guard of all time. I said that we were both under 30, and I lied. I technically am 30. I'm trying to hold on. I'm trying to hold on for dear life. So
You're 30 and under.
Yeah.
They would still let you play in 30 and under leagues.
Boom. On the nose. Technically, haven't hit 31 yet, so I'm still 30. That's how I view it. Or I'm still under 30. It's not really how the math works, but moving on. Doug Christie, I did get that quote, by the way. Doug Christie said, quote, it's an honor and a blessing to coach Russell Westbrook, and says he hopes he is here as a mentor as the franchise looks to continue to build around young players. He said that on Saturday before the game against the Dallas Mavericks. So there you go. There you have it. Definitely not a guarantee. Definitely not Scott Perry out here saying that we'd like to have Russell Westbrook for as long as he'll be here. But nonetheless, Doug Christie giving a stamp of approval. And, as we played in that Scott Perry audio, I do think there is a little bit of an alignment from front office to coach to potentially ownership. And it wouldn't surprise me if the Kings just have viewed the Russell Westbrook experience as a massive positive. Like, I really can't think, and it's pretty rare to have a situation like this where I wouldn't say there's no negatives because, I think sometimes on the floor, the question of is he developing the players in the best way? Not always, but at the same time, like, he's been a big part of Maxime Reynaud's development. So I think, he can't be perfect out there, but I think as much as you could have hoped for Russell Westbrook signing in Sacramento, I think he's delivered and then some. I don't think anybody expected him to be, actually as prolific as he has been. He's put up some real significant numbers in some of these games and had real impact. And there's been games where, even in that Dallas game, like his ability to hit the 3-point shot, he hit 5 threes in that game against Dallas. Like that was real impact in that game. And, Russ he's just been great. And I don't think anybody expected him to have this level of impact. But is Russell Westbrook a top 5 point guard of all time? I don't know. It's becoming increasingly hard to make the argument against it. He moves up to 16th in scoring all time, not even amongst guards, all time in NBA scoring. That was on Saturday. He's 7th in assists right now, right behind Mark Jackson. He's 14th in steals. That just happened on Saturday as well. And as we learned earlier in the season, a stat that I don't think anyone was tracking ever, but first in guard rebounds. The best rebounding guard in NBA history. He wears that title very proudly. And so what do you do with that? It's a guy who clearly the stats literally say he does it all. I mean, especially as a point guard. Like if you're a point guard, the two stats that tend to find the greatest of all times are steals and assists. And John Stockton, Chris Paul, both of those guys, the tops of those lists. And I think that's kind of what if you're going to take the most basic cliche definition of what a point guard is, I think that's doing those two things, right? It's moving the ball and it's, creating pressure on the opposing ball handlers and creating havoc and or creating steals. And I think Russ throughout his career undeniably has done that. But I think the story of Russ is that he's so much more than that. Like he never really fit into in that specific point guard box, right? Like he never was facilitating in the way that Steve Nash was or either of the Chris Paul or John Stockton guys that I mentioned, but he did it in his own way. And you can maybe say Derrick Rose was a little bit of a trailblazer for this style of play that Russ played with just reckless abandon, being score-first mentality, and, again, not really falling into the stereotypical point guard box. And I think that might do him a disservice in all of this list because there are guys who, again, if we're just saying point guard, that's probably, if you're having this argument in a barbershop, just the word with different tone, point guard, we're talking point guard, that is going to come up repeatedly in this argument. So we're going to try and just put all these guys in a point guard bubble. And funny enough, I found a quote about from Kendrick Perkins, who I don't see as a super end-all be-all source.
A basketball aficionado.
Thank you. He did have this quote, which does play into the argument, and so, or at least into the conversation, I will say. And so I'll read this out loud. This is from Kendrick Perkins. He said, "You're damn right he's a top 5," talking about Russell Westbrook. I mean, Steph, Magic. I know people say Steph is not a point guard. Again, there that is already. He's been listed as a point guard since he came in the league. He's a point guard. There's a reason why he's an all-time great because he changed the way the point guard position was played. I think that plays into Russ a little bit. Not so much that he changed how it was played. There wasn't many who continued to play like Russ, or it's not like, Steph obviously revolutionized the three-point line. It's not like all of a sudden the league was full of Ja Morants. And Kendrick Perkins continues to say, but Russ, I don't think anybody could argue with Russ being a top 5 guard to ever play this game. How? Okay, you got Isaiah Thomas, that is. You got Magic.
Not the pizza guy.
Not the pizza guy, Isaiah Thomas. You got Magic, you got Steph, We know they're in there. And then he said, yeah, anyone else you can kiss his behind. I ain't putting them in front of Russ. MVP, averaged a triple-double 4 times, led the league in assists, led the league in scoring. There's nothing this man hasn't accomplished besides winning a championship. That's it. And I think that is kind of where the argument starts to begin. I think, and we can just start the list off here. I mean, it'd be really, I don't think you're finding any human who watches a ton of basketball and is not a member of Russell Westbrook FC. Nobody's not putting Magic Johnson. You're putting Steph Curry.
If you agree he's a point guard.
If you agree he's a point guard, which we will for the sake of this argument. And yeah, I mean, I think John Stockton has to be up there because, again, like he leads the NBA all-time in steals, leads the NBA all-time in assists. That is the point guard thing. He played for 20 seasons. That's longevity. I think you might not like the style of. Let me tell you, I don't love to watch John Stockton dribble the ball out and play the way he did. It wasn't super flashy, but nonetheless, like the dude was a good scorer. He was a great point guard. He was incredibly physical, which nobody really talks about with John Stockton's game. I shouldn't say nobody. Nobody mentions it anymore. It was definitely talked about at the time, but pretty much known as a dirty player, John Stockton was. And Isaiah Thomas, I think it's fair. I think Isaiah Thomas is maybe where I'm willing to start to have the conversation because the stats aren't really there with Isaiah. But man, there is a generation of people who will tell you Isaiah Thomas is the best point guard of all time. Like there are people, especially who watched him in the early 80s, like just, I mean, when he was winning championships, like he was absolutely phenomenal. He was the best player on that team. He was the reason they won. They had an identity. That identity was based around Isaiah. I think that's probably where the argument starts for Russ. But I would say like the guys that are in the argument conversation, we'll put Isaiah in there. Steve Nash, Chris Paul, the Big O, Bob Cousy, me and Kyle's guy, Bob Cousy.
Sure. Oscar's a good one, too, just because that was who Russ was breaking all his records.
And so that might even be where the conversation has to truly start, is like, is Russell Westbrook better than Oscar Robertson? I think
since stylistically they seem to be similar.
As close as you can get.
Yeah, talking about 60 years apart.
You have this is crazy, NBA.com lists Kyrie Irving on this list. I do not agree. Damian Lillard, I think, is very much like the bottom, but like, hey, honorable mention.
Hey, all NBA 75.
J. Kidd. I have no problem putting J. Kidd in the conversation because, again, I think J. Kidd fits more of the stereotypical point guard mold, defense, assists, steals, not really here to score, more here to get the team together. Maybe leadership should play a factor into this, but if you're asking me, I'm very comfortable putting Russ in that 4 to 6 range. I'm not putting him above Magic. I'm not putting him above Steph. I mean, the accolades, and honestly, I think it's unfortunate, but for lack of a better term, I think like aura or like, just kind of your legacy, right? Like, what do you like? Sometimes it can't be quantifiable. It's just, hey, that guy is just in a different space, almost like the Kobe argument, right? It's like Kobe might not have all of the accolades of everyone else, but there's going to be people who will live and die with arguing that Kobe is a top 10, top 5 player, and you can't go tick for tack with the MVPs and the championships and all that, or maybe you can with the championships, but like there is just an aura around Kobe that says, no, like, I'm sorry, Kobe is better than
Ray Allen.
He's better than Allen Iverson. Whoever that player is. Like, so I think that plays a little bit of a factor for me with Isaiah Thomas. Like, I think that's maybe where, if we're talking like individual skill for skill, like even then I would say, Isaiah as a true pure point guard. If we're talking point guard, it just feels like, I think, not in modern NBA, but I think if you're taking a true basketball historian, someone who was, watched the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s and the late 10s, I feel like they would probably still pick Isaiah Thomas as their point guard over Russ, even though Russ definitely benefits from you're telling me if you put Russell Westbrook in the 80s, he wouldn't literally be dunking over everybody and be the greatest player you've ever seen.
Yeah, that one's weird. Also, the eras thing is different, too, because, like, you have Magic Isaiah, where it's like, Isaiah might be great, but he's definitely not Magic. Right. Or Russ might be great, but he's definitely not Steph Curry.
Right.
Like, again, and lost repeatedly to those guys. Now, Isaiah eventually did win, but Russ never got over the hump. Yep. And part of that was Kevin Durant leaving to change the trajectory of his career. But yeah, I think kind of there's like tier 1 and then there's a tier 2 where you can kind of all debate the merits. And that's probably where all of those players you just mentioned, your Russes, your Gary Paytons, your maybe not John Stockton, your Russes, your Oscar Robertsons, your Gary Paytons, your Chris Pauls, all of those guys kind of reside in that second tier because they were never the best player in the league in the way that probably Magic and Steph.
Isaiah might have been for a season.
Maybe Isaiah, maybe John Stockton, like in the year or two.
I don't know. I mean,
I don't think so.
Yeah, Karl Malone was the scorer on that team. Karl Malone's like second and third all time in points.
Yeah. The Stockton one is weird. I don't really know what to do.
It's a really tough. You know what? I wish we would have done it from tiers from the start because I always like tiers better than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 anyway. It's just a lot cleaner. It's a lot easier. And I think it feels better when you do it that way. So if we were real quick to do that, I think it's Magic, Steph, absolutely tier 1. I think
Stockton, Isaiah.
We can figure out if they're in a tier 2, if they're at the top of the next tier. But to me, I think also the bigger point is I don't think Russ is quite broken through the pantheon, right? Like he hasn't quite gotten to he's either, because I don't think he's necessarily at the top of that tier 2 or at the bottom of tier 1, like that to me feels like the only next step that Russ could take in his career. And I don't think he could do that without the postseason or some really memorable, impactful moment that actually has stakes.
Yeah, the way I always kind of think of it is wherever you put Chris Paul is where you put Russell Westbrook. Yeah. Whether you think Chris Paul is a tier 2 or whatever else, wherever you put those two, they're kind of side by side in terms of their career accomplishments.
They did it completely different ways, and that's really to the point of point guard versus is he really a point guard conversation. But if we're just saying they both played point guard, they both were in the same era, I think I'm totally fine being those two were both undeniably great, all-timers, Hall of Famers, no doubt. Nobody's putting that against them. But if we're saying, is this guy truly the best or one of the best point guards of all time? Only so many guys can be. And it's one of those where you can always say, oh, yeah, that guy, Kevin Durant, he's a top 10 player. Well, then give me your top 10 list. And I think that's what Russell Westbrook feels like to me with this greatest point guard conversation where colloquially, I shouldn't have tried.
You got it.
English teacher failed me for that anyway. If we're just talking, sure, absolutely. You can throw out Russell Westbrook, top 5 point guard of all time. But if we're going to actually go out and make the list like we tried to, I just don't actually know if Russ ends up making the cut. And I think that's more the point and the conversation that I wanted to have. And so I'm glad that we got that. I think we did a good job, and I think there is also a conversation to be had that Jason focused on more so this morning, and Kyle, you had some thoughts on it, so maybe we can get to it at some point here. But Russ versus James Harden, I think that's a fascinating conversation too. Both won MVP, both spent some time in OKC, had obviously early success in their careers, and while they had individual success, I don't necessarily think their careers from a success team-wise went how either of them expected it to go. So fascinating, just absolutely fascinating, and something that you can argue about all day. And I'm sure there will be many people who do. So coming up next, we have a little rumor mill. Malik Monk potentially on the move. He's back in the news for being on the trade block. And as we're talking about people being back in the news on the trade block, guess who the Kings allegedly have interest in from Golden State? You probably never heard them be attached to this name, to this unnamed disgruntled forward on the Warriors. Who is that? You'll never find out. Coming up next, Alan Stiles Show, Sactown Sports.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert. John Party. Chris Young. Turnpike Troubadours. Dylan Scott and more. Line dancing live DJs, Mechanical Bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITVFest.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
The new year is upon us with promises of new beginnings and new adventures. But don't let this past year slip away without savoring the memories made with family and friends. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Looking forward is always exciting, but I have a lot to appreciate in this past year, revolving around time with family and more good times spent around my Naturewood dining table. Watching my grandsons enjoy birthdays and holidays was priceless and reminds me that new life is the perfect balance between yesterday and today. Greet the new year with a visit to Naturewood Home Furnishings during their annual New Year's sale going on now, including all the fine furniture and accessories in every department. How about a new style for the new year? Find that perfect piece of furniture that's new today and filled with future memories for tomorrow. The memories you make with your family will stay with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Year-end pricing's in effect. Every vehicle's priced to sell before the new year during Happy Honda Days at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Get behind the wheel of your new Accord or Civic today. Own or lease during Happy Honda Days at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda. Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140. Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Yes! Welcome in to the 12 o'clock hour of the Alan Stiles Show. Halfway through the program, Alan Stiles will be back on your airwaves today at 2 p.m., holding down the afternoon for the day. Should be a good one as always with Alan, who might potentially have a little bonus extra time for you as the Kings tip off at 8 p.m. tonight right here on Sactown Sports 1140. We will have you covered all the way till tip off, so definitely don't hit that dial. Don't change it on the YouTube. Don't do that either. At least keep us in a tab. We appreciate it. And go check out any of our content that you might have missed, we got previous segments. We got YouTube shorts for you. We got Sam Amick was on this morning. You can check out what he had to say about Nikola Jokic. That's the only thing that I know for sure he talked about today, so that's all I'm going to tease. Oh, wait, actually.
There is one other thing.
I forgot we have some audio, actually, from that. Yeah, we'll get into actually what Sam Amick said earlier on these airwaves.
We're going to the watch, baby.
Minutes. I cannot believe that we are climbing up this tower hopefully one last time.
I think it was when you were filling in for Alan when we decided it was 90-something days of the watch.
Yeah.
And it was right at the end of the Kuminga watch.
Uh-huh.
Well, we don't have to post on the watch every day, but every now and again we got to go up to the watch like Jon Snow.
Exactly. You just have to make sure, look beyond the wall, look beyond the trees, beyond the forest, and see if the darkness is there. See if you start to see some smoke coming from the trees or something. It's scary times. So we'll get into that in about 15 minutes or so don't go anywhere. I want to get everyone's thoughts here on the Russell Westbrook conversation. Is Russ a top 5 point guard? Where do you have Russ in your all-time point guard list? Got some takes here on the YouTube chat. Definitely be sure to send us texts as well, as I do have the text line in front of me as well. We got Dwayne Baker saying for him it's Stockton, Magic, Pistol Pete, Kuzi, and Russ as the top 5. No Steph in there, which I would assume if I had to guess, Dwayne just doesn't consider Steph a point guard. I think that's, again, like a whole separate conversation. But yeah, I think a lot of people for sure are, everyone's going to have Magic in their top 5. Let's see here. You have not the real Carmichael Dave on the YouTube chat saying point guard's better than Russ. Magic, Stockton, Chris Paul, Isaiah Thomas, Jason Kidd, and Steph Curry for sure. I think that's probably mentally where my list is at as well. Without getting into like the specifics of like MVP and who has more points and who has more rebounds and who has more championships and all this stuff, like Magic's unassailable. You're not getting past Magic. In my opinion, Steph is whatever you want to call him as a point guard or whatever. Like I think Steph is the best point guard of this generation of in my opinion, post 2000s. Like you throw Chris Paul in there too. I know again, Chris Paul is definitely the more traditional point guard, but you're just ignorant if you're saying that Steph Curry is not a better player than Chris Paul was. And at the end of the day, especially in buzzword in today's positionless basketball, like be a good player and play the position that you're put in, and that's what I'm going to count you as. And so I think Chris Paul is better than Steph. I'm sorry, I think Steph is better than Chris Paul. And I don't really care if you want to put Steph in a different position or not, but. Let's see here. And yeah, John Stockton seems to be a consensus. I'm going to definitely defer to people who saw more of John Stockton's career than I.
That's where I'm stuck. It's just weird.
It's just a weird career.
Like, yeah, I didn't watch him and I don't know what to do with it. So
yeah. And your feed isn't full of John Stockton highlights is what you're telling me?
Like
Hoop Central isn't posting about John Stockton?
No, they're only Maxime Reynaud.
Right, that's what we've learned.
But the John Stockton was weird because it's like, okay, he's got all these stat records, but he also played like the most games in NBA history. So you can kind of chalk that up to a little bit of compiling.
Right.
But he was also...
But that's part of it too, though.
That is part of it, but that part...
That's a small part.
Like, that's why it's weird. I'm not calling him Frank Gore, but...
Whoa. Okay, let's blow past that. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's Frank Gore, who, by the way, might make the Hall of Fame. It's going to be stupid. But anyways... He also was the best player on Jazz teams that went to the finals, which Chris Paul was also the best player on a team that went to the finals, sort of. But, it's hard. I just don't know what to do with it, okay? He's probably just as good, but he's not Magic and Steph. So, that one's just weird.
Yeah, I think Jason Kidd is an interesting one, too, because he kind of falls into, like, he was the opposite of, like, a stat merchant. Like, he was not... Jason Kidd, I feel like for especially the back half of his career, I know he could score, but he was not a scoring guard. Was built a little bit, and like Gary Payton, I don't think it quite reached this level of play, but like, he's Jason Kidd's not going to benefit from stats. Like he was a great defender, maybe the best point guard defender in the NBA at the time, incredibly strong. And if this is where, again, intangible, like leadership, if we're talking about the point guard position, in my opinion, leadership matters. And that's where, again, like I'll give Jason Kidd the hat tip over a guy like Russ in that avenue.
Leadership, what do we do with Chris Paul?
What do you do with Chris Paul? Like, there's the wanting to, which I think is part of it. Like, De'Aaron Fox clearly does not want to even try to be a leader. But that doesn't, just because you want to be a leader, and maybe most who want to be leaders probably shouldn't be leaders. And I think that's maybe the Chris Paul conversation.
Yeah. Anyways, that one's weird, but if you're kind of just dissecting it, like Russ is in the group of second-tier guys only displaced by the fact that he played in an era with Steph Curry and James Harden, right? If Russell Westbrook plays in 2004, probably viewed as better than Jason Kidd. But Jason Kidd also played in an era where it was like him and Steve Nash were the point guards, and it was all bigs, and Kobe and point guards just didn't run the league the way that they kind of did in the 80s and 2010s. So
I guess like maybe what you're even saying is like, and now try and follow along. So like, let's just say Russell Westbrook, Oklahoma City Russell Westbrook didn't exist, but instead of getting Derrick Rose, that was Russell Westbrook. Like, what does that look like? You know, if it is just Russell Westbrook in, let's say, 2008 or 2010 or something, and he's fighting with his own team, he's an MVP. Again, him and Derrick, I use Derrick Rose as the example because Derrick plays a pretty similar style and had a pretty good, I mean, he won the MVP that year controversially. Some say LeBron definitely should have won it that year, but some say he won it because he kind of had some style points. He also was not named LeBron James, and so that gave him the benefit of some votes. But like, my argument, I guess, to piggyback on what you're saying, I think is, how would we view Russ if maybe he kind of got his own era and time to shine where it didn't really feel like he was thrown in with Steph, with James Harden, quite literally with Kevin Durant and all those guys. Like, he never got, until those guys left and it was almost a different story arc, his own time to kind of supplant his legacy.
He did have that 1 year in 2017 where he won the MVP over Stephen and Harden.
Right. Yes.
Which, again,
but that was a sham of a season as well. Like, that was this guy is clearly going for triple doubles like every single night.
Yeah, they got bounced in the first round.
But yeah, I think they won 48 games that year too.
Yeah, exactly. He was playing with Oladipo and Sabonis
and Steven Adams.
And Steven Adams and maybe not even Serge Ibaka. Anyways, but like, I'll give it to you this way. Keep him on the Thunder, or keep the same scenario. In 2014, most people were saying Russell Westbrook was better than Tony Parker. No one in this day is debating Tony Parker versus Russell Westbrook. Correct. Everyone would say Russell Westbrook. But Tony Parker was the best player on those Spurs teams leading up to Kawhi kind of taking the mantle from him. So if you take away Steph and say James Harden doesn't count because he's a shooting guard, I mean, it's an era of CP, it's him, CP, what's left of Tony Parker, who would have faded out. Eventually, you would have gotten Luka, and he might have had some battles. Like, I think it's looked upon a little differently, if not compared to Steph and James Harden.
Throw Dame in there as well.
Yeah. Oh, Dame is another one.
Not in terms of all time, but just into the mucking up of the there's only so much TV
which is
time.
Also the all-time greatness of Steph is like Steph denied.
Yeah.
Russ, CP, Dame, in
LeBron.
a way. Yeah, Bron.
LeBron in there.
Yeah, like he denied
unassailable.
all of these point guards their time in the sun because it was, and partly Kevin Durant joining the Warriors, but the dominance of the Warriors denied those point guards their moments in the sun. And Chris Paul got his at the end with Phoenix where they were 2 games away from winning the finals, but all these guys kind of lost their moments in the sun or lost their championship runs because they were all just getting bounced by the Warriors super team.
Yeah, no,
or the
absolutely.
Rockets.
Absolutely. And so, yeah, it definitely mucks up the conversation quite a bit. And yeah, we didn't even mention Oscar Robertson at all. I know we said we were going to compare the two, but I think that's another one where that gets lost in time. And that's, not a lot of people were out there watching Lew Alcindor and Oscar Robertson play together. So, that's probably a little bit of the lack of benefit of being a player in the modern era. So I think Oscar probably has a much better shot than we gave him there as well. So it definitely seems to get the people going. People definitely have thoughts on it. Feel free to drop yours in our Sactown Sports YouTube chat, and we can read it on air. Give us your top 5 point guards of all time, or just in general, where does Russ fit into all of that?
Also still got a text line.
Yes, we do have a text line. I do have the text line in front of me as well. Steve Nash, back-to-back MVPs. That's an interesting.
But this is the Westbrook. Steve Nash. Who are the other point guards in that era?
Right.
It's Jason Kidd, who was at that point kind of floundering in New Jersey.
I mean, he was probably post New Jersey even at that point. He might have been, floundering on the Knicks, or I want to say he returned to Dallas. I think he returned to Dallas, right? Because I don't know if he was. I don't think he was. Was he a part of that championship team?
The Mavericks one, yeah.
Yeah, the one where they came back. So I think he was back
him and Tyson
Dallas
Chandler.
That's right. Yeah,
and
all I remember is JJ Barea, Tyson Chandler, and Dirk Nowitzki. They really, to me, in my opinion, won that series.
I want to say Jerry Stackhouse had a random crazy game in that series.
Absolutely. Well, Peja was on that roster, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, that was that is definitely a team that's going to get lost in time.
So yeah, Jason Kidd was still on the Nets until 2008. So again, it's like Steve Nash was in an era where he was the only great point guard, or only point guard that had a inkling of being the top player in the league.
I like Steve Nash. I love how he played. He was one of the best players in NBA Live. The early mid-10s versions of NBA Live had a clean shooting stroke. I don't know. I think that back-to-back MVPs is looked at not super legitimate. I think
differently now.
Yeah, I think a lot of people felt like Kobe should have probably gotten one of those. Shaq didn't get one of those, and I know they gave an MVP to Dirk as well. There's just a lot of questions on who really deserved those MVPs.
I think one of those years Kevin Garnett got hurt, and so that kept him from winning it.
It's all murky. So, yeah, we can go into this throughout the show. Feel free to continue to send in your text. Feel free to continue to put in our YouTube chat as well. We'll keep that conversation going. But now we have to move on to one Malik Monk. And this broke over the weekend. Didn't get a chance to talk about it yesterday because, I just can't keep up with all of these trade rumors. This is from ESPN's Jamal Collier. He reported that multiple teams and league sources say the Bucks have been, quote, active in pursuing the trade market, engaging in internal conversations amongst others about Sacramento Kings shooting guard Zach LaVine, whom they've had interest in and chances to acquire in the past. Collier also named Kings guard Malik Monk and Trailblazers forward Jeremy Grant as players that the Bucks have discussed as possible trade pursuits. However, Milwaukee isn't equipped to pull off a major deal this season as it was in years past. Collier explains that the Bucks have only one first-round pick in either 2031 or 2032 available to trade, but teams and league sources, quote, do not believe they would deal the pick away unless it was for, quote, a significant star. Also, Antetokounmpo carries the most trade value on the team, while players like forwards Bobby Portis and Kyle Kuzma aren't likely to garner significant returns. Rival executives reportedly have, quote, suggested that teams might be waiting to make other moves until they have certainty about Antetokounmpo's future in Milwaukee. So as we were starting the show, talking about are the Kings going to break the seal or is someone else going to break the seal, and then everything just kind of flows in after in terms of the trade market. Kind of sounds like Milwaukee and Giannis specifically are holding everybody up. Nobody really wants to make any move because they want to make sure if Giannis is going to request a trade, they want to have all the assets possible at their disposal to throw at Milwaukee. And it does seem like, I think this is the problem when you go all in like Milwaukee did. They can either just continue to kick the can down the line and say, hey, here's a different piece for Giannis to play with, and I don't know if it's going to be successful or not. Or at some point here, they can rip the Band-Aid off and say, look, we just don't have the tools to build anymore. We can't bring in anybody else that's going to help Giannis. And truly, it sucks to admit, but the best path forward for the Bucks organization with only one available draft pick might be to stock it back up by trading Giannis. Like, that's the reality that the Bucks, I think, are just trying to avoid. And I get it. I understand why you want to avoid it, especially Milwaukee being a small market town. Like, I can't imagine if the Kings were in a similar situation, they would be doing everything possible to try and keep this mega superstar who has already brought them a title, keeping him in town. I get it. But this is where, and I'm not super familiar with the Bucks front office situation. I can't remember the last time they switched front offices or anything, but it feels like they need a fresh set of eyes to come in and look at it. Please, if you have anything on that.
This was the one that you just reminded me. They gave their general manager an extension while down 3-1 to the Pacers last year. That was hilarious because people were like, maybe not the best idea to give the general manager who traded for Dame an extension while you're about to get, like, days after Dame tore his Achilles.
So there you go. I did not remember that detail at all. So the fact that they just renewed him also tells me that it's, I don't know. I mean, to me, I would want a new fresh set of eyes because to me it sounds like they're trying to keep hold of the past, keep hold of what they have. And in my opinion, I mean, the future for the Bucks should just be one. They can't build. I mean, they cannot build unless they trade Giannis. Like, I just, to me, it feels super obvious that the best path, if you're telling me we can do one of two things, we can either bring in Zach LaVine and maybe Malik Monk, and that's our move, and that is going to win us a title this year in a fairly open Eastern Conference, or we can trade Giannis, get 7 draft picks, and maybe, a young, exciting player that we can build around, and we can have Ryan Rollins and, Bobby Portis and this random mystery player run around for a season or half a season. To me, it just, I would not have, it's more of the, I don't have faith in that first option. That first option doesn't, to me, feel like it's getting you anything different than what you've had. As a matter of fact, it's worse. I don't know how you go from Drew Holiday, Chris Middleton, Giannis, Pat Connaughton and Brooke Lopez with Bobby Portis off the bench to, thankfully, Ryan Rollins is good.
Gary Trent Jr.
We had to trade for, and they have nothing. Like, what, they have Miles Turner now. It's not a better team. It's not a better, that unit is getting worse, and they are expecting different results.
Yeah, maybe that's why you reshuffle and see if a new group will convince him to stay. Because this is the hard part about it, is like, I would agree if you can get 7 first-round picks and maybe a young player, you do it.
Easier said than done.
Yeah, the market isn't necessarily going to be that if you're held under the gun of having to trade him, and B, you have to trade him where he wants to go. Sure. I mean, in a weird way, and I know this is not an inherent just basketball point, it's kind of a whole thing, but the relationship with Giannis now into the future might be more valuable to the Bucks than even draft picks or the possibility of turning this thing around, because I always say you have to do right by your Ring of Honor players. This is a dude that is the Milwaukee Bucks. Yeah. He's going to have a statue outside that arena the day he retires. And for a player that important to your franchise, you cannot afford to mess that up. Look at what happened to Dallas right now. I promise you, no matter how good Cooper Flagg ends up being, there are Mavericks fans who stopped being Mavericks fans when they traded Luka and will never be Mavericks fans again.
Yeah.
And that same thing, if you ruin the relationship with Giannis at the end, will probably happen with the Milwaukee Bucks. So this is it's a super complicated situation that I thought Portland had kind of thread the needle okay on, but they got helped because Dame was like, all right, I'm ready to go. Get me out of here. But Portland was just like, I don't know what to do, man. We can't just trade you because our fan base would revolt, but we can't compete with you. And then eventually Dame was willing to leave, and it seems like that relationship is fine. But Giannis is just so important to that organization. They can't afford to mess up the relationship with him at the end.
I just don't know if it's at that point. More so, I think that their relationship is in a sadder point. I think that the difference of, we'll use Luka as the example. I think Dame in Portland is probably the more apples to apples, because Luka has the factor of it being a surprise. Like, they traded him in the middle of the night. Nobody knew he was even on the trade block. And you have to factor in the element of surprise into the frustration, into the resentment, all of it.
Felt like a death.
With Giannis and within where I would parallel it more with Dame in Portland is like, there has to be a certain level for fans too of like resignment. It's like, I almost feel bad for Giannis. Like, I've loved Giannis. Giannis is 31 years old, which is also crazy. But it's like, if you're a Bucks fan, you're probably thinking, I loved this dude. Like, this guy was, I thought he was going to be in my life for 20 years, all this stuff. And now he's not even 32 yet. He just turned 31 December 6th. And I just want the best for, like, if I'm a Bucks fan, I love Giannis Antetokounmpo. I don't like seeing Giannis look at my team and have to do windmill dunks to beat the Bulls because the team doesn't seem properly energized. Like, to me, you're at a sad point. Like, that is, I want better for my superstar at that point. And I say that more to say, I don't know if that relationship would be soiled, because I think fans might almost view it as, you can rest now, King. Like, go ahead, go be in New York. Is a Karl Anthony Towns trade like possible? A Trae Young 3-team swap? Like,
yeah.
Can you get that done so that Milwaukee still kind of has something here, but Giannis, to your point, is happy. He's in a good situation, and maybe all parties involved can just kind of wash their hands and say, yeah, we didn't end up with the better of it in Milwaukee, but at least our guy is happy, and we don't have Zach. At least we don't have Zach LaVine to be our freaking talisman for, oh, hey, we traded our franchise star. Go watch Zach LaVine score 30, and then next season, like,
sign Russell Westbrook.
Not do anything. Like, could you imagine being in that situation? Like, if you want to talk about how to upset a fan base, that's how you upset a fan base. Could you imagine?
Yeah, that's a worst case scenario for these organizations. I'd say Dallas is probably worse than Sacramento's version of it, but it's the same example of, like, you can really mess this thing up pretty bad. The last thing I'll kind of add to that point is, like, people forget that the last 2 years in Portland, Dame won 27 and 33 games.
Woo, we sure did. Man, it was that bad?
Yeah. Giannis is Dame in 2021 right now, which is, you can hang on a couple years, but we probably going to win 33 games. Yeah. We got nothing left to pivot to, but Dame wanted to hang on as long as he could, and then they got Scoot and gave Jeremy Grant $160 million, and he said, I'm out of here.
I'm out of here. I think, I mean, if I'm going to take this story at face value, the ESPN report that that the Bucks are looking at potentially Zach LaVine, Malik Monk, or Jeremy Grant. I mean, Jeremy Grant would be the option if I'm Milwaukee that I would like the most. I don't know what you would have to give up for that, because
we've done. It's like Kuzma and Gary Harris.
That's fine. I think Jeremy Grant is there's some variant. I don't know if Jeremy Grant is like a good variant of Kyle Kuzma. If Kyle Kuzma is like a discount Jeremy Grant, but like there's something there that makes sense, and I would say Milwaukee upgrades there. But between Zach LaVine and Malik Monk, like if I'm the Bucks and they're asking someone in Sacramento what their opinion is, take Malik Monk, dude. You'll be so much happier. He's less money. Zach LaVine, you're just going to be disappointed because Zach's going to come in there. They're going to want him to score 30. They're going to want him to be the secondary star. And we've seen he can maybe be that. I wouldn't trust it. We haven't seen him be consistent at that scoring level like so far this season. Obviously, last year Zach was on a different stratosphere in terms of how hot he was shooting, but I don't see that Zach LaVine. And I mean, he hasn't played for a month, maybe in a weird way that rejuvenates him. And if he were to be traded, maybe he would have a different energy. But that Bucks team needs defense. They need scoring. And Zach can maybe give them scoring, but I think defensively would still be it'd be an interesting counterbalance to have Giannis Antetokounmpo, one of the best glue guy defenders you could have in the NBA, and Zach LaVine, somebody who has perennially been somebody who has been absolutely ridiculed for that side of the floor. We didn't get to Sam Amick's audio. We will have that for you on the other side, and I'll tease it again. It's a guy in Golden State. He's a forward. He's been disgruntled. He's a young star. You may have not heard the Kings be linked to this one. We have a fresh, hot off the press scoop for you coming up on the other side. Alan Stiles Show, Sactown Sports.
The Sactown Sports 49ers report is brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, located beside the Vacaville outlets. Niners win a huge game on Sunday night versus Chicago, 42-38. Brock Purdy was outstanding. He accounted for 5 touchdowns, throwing for 300 yards and 3 TDs, rushed for 2 more, while Christian McCaffrey rushed for 181 yards from scrimmage and had a touchdown as well. Niners finished the regular season Saturday with Seattle, with the winner getting the number 1 seed in the playoffs. Catch the game this Saturday beginning at 4 right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 916-619-3000 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
Mark and Tom with you, the travel and entertainment guys, brought to you by Sports Leisure Vacations. Time for our weekly travel tip, and with it, here's Mark Hoffman.
Travelers United asked in a survey, what one airline improvement do you think would make flying more civil? Here are the top 5 answers. At 43%, the best idea airlines could follow, more comfortable and wider seats. Second, at 33%, more legroom. Those 2 things make a huge customer comfort statement. Fewer seats, more room. Of course, that's only coming at a price. 3 through 5 on the list, respectively. 14% said get rid of the baggage fees. 6% felt there should be better compensation when something goes wrong. And finally, 4% said we want better food and snacks. That one could actually happen. But the first 4 would cut profits, so thanks for your opinion, say the airlines. Next topic, please. Okay, 2 more peanuts in every bag. See, we are listening.
More tips to make you a smarter traveler, Saturdays at 11 a.m., right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's holiday food drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today. Cause you are a Maverick too. Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments, some restrictions apply.
Coach Christie here, letting you know the year-end sell-a-thon is on at Folsom Lake Ford. And with your approved credit, get 0% financing plus 0 down, plus no payments for 90 days on select new Fords. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford today. Interest accrues from date of purchase.
For Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
Wrapping a bow on our previous conversation as we were discussing the ESPN.com report that the Milwaukee Bucks have interest in Zach LaVine, Malik Monk, and Portland Trail Blazers forward Jeremy Grant. Gave you my thoughts on that. Pretty much said at the end there, Zach LaVine, he might do well offensively for Milwaukee. I don't know if he's going to do exactly what they would expect him to do, especially at that price point. And then you would assume him playing next to Giannis, they kind of would want him to be, for lack of a better term, but just for an easy example, they want him to be like the Jamal Murray, if I had to guess, to Giannis's Jokic, you know, where it's like, hey, obviously Giannis is going to take a lot of the offensive burden, but there's going to be some possessions where we need a guy to just kind of create something out of nothing and be a bucket getter. And we've seen Zach, especially last season, he can hit some tough shots. He almost loves taking tough shots more than anything else. Got a little J.R. Smith in him. And to that, I think Dwayne Baker, who's always a great chatter on our YouTube, He does make a fair point, and he says, and Monk is a better defender, ? And I think that is definitely fair, and I think that is also correct. I think it is correct to question my logic with that. I think Malik is, it's picking nits to say, oh, one is the better defender than the other. Neither is a plus defender. Neither you would actively say, like, if I'm building a defensive lineup, I want that guy out there. Funny enough, I think Levine actually probably has the better tools or skill set to make me believe that could be in the future for him. But I think, Dwayne, that is definitely a fair point. But I would just say my argument is also baked in that you give up less to get Malik Monk. And so if the Bucks were to try and get Zach LaVine just merely to get at the salary number, they would have to throw in Kuzma. They would have to throw in Bobby Portis. Those are two very impactful players on their roster. And I don't know what it would take to get Malik Monk, but I don't think it would be both of them.
We talked about this yesterday with Alan, so I know our consistent 10 a.m. to 2 p people will have already heard this. But, by the way, that clip's on YouTube. But I will say Levine trade would require Kuzma, Portis, and like Gary Harris as like a salary filler, basically. And when people say don't do that, they're not saying, well, the Bucks can't get rid of Kyle Kuzma. People are saying the Bucks shouldn't get rid of Bobby Portis to get Zach LaVine.
Exactly.
And so the Malik Monk of it all is like, it would just be Monk for Kuzma. They make basically the same money. Right. Monk has an extra year. It would essentially be, we'll take Malik Monk, you take Kyle Kuzma, which from the Bucks standpoint, they'd be like, good, we hate Kyle Kuzma. Right. Well, couldn't be any worse. Right. Let's see what Malik can do. If we're going to be paying that money anyways, might as well.
Yeah, no, and it makes sense from a roster construction for both points. Like, I think Malik, again, I will tell you right now, we are all going to enjoy Malik Monk play more than watching Kyle Kuzma play. But from a roster construction standpoint, playing Kyle Kuzma with Keegan Murray makes a lot more sense from a roster construction standpoint with what you can do with Kuzma in different lineups. It does kind of help massage what the Kings have built here as a pretty bumpy roster.
Okay, I guess my counter to that, and again, I said this yesterday, is Kyle Kuzma doesn't exactly meet the 6 pillars that we're talking about.
No, not at all.
But,
not at all.
And this is because Malik was sitting on the bench last week. If I'm going to sit $20 million to not play, I guess I'd rather it be a power forward than sit another guard. So that way, if Kuzma is Precious Achua next year, then what the heck? It's a power. At least we have size.
It's a powerful, right. It is a functional thing that, we can throw out there. Another guard, to your point, doesn't really do the Kings much right now. They have an excess of guards. They have way too many. That's why Malik or Keon is sitting on the bench. They quite literally have too many to even go around. It evens it out, it levels it out, and it just makes their roster a little bit more malleable. So there you go. That's kind of wrapping a bow on that conversation, or at least that part of it. Let's see here. Wanted. Hey, how about shout out 916? Voted for Russell Westbrook. Yes, I completely forgot to continue to push that. We are trying to get Sacramento and Russell Westbrook FC to come together to just get Russell Westbrook in the top 20 of Western Conference vote getters. Our guy, Stephon Castle, I shouldn't say our guy, Stephon Castle, Allen's guy, Stephon Castle.
Guy we almost could have had for De'Aaron Fox.
Potential Sacramento King that never happened, Stephon Castle, untouchable Stephon Castle, 18th in all-star voting, more than De'Aaron Fox, who did not appear on the list as well. And I think this could be a nice, for those who are looking to stick it to De'Aaron Fox, I think this could be a fun little way to jab him. De'Aaron Fox not on that top 20 list, but I think it would be really fun on a day where your vote counts as triple if Sacramento could flex one more time in a season that does not deserve flexing at all. And if we can get Russ in that top 20, I think that would be really cool. And I think it would, again, be like Sacramento's way of saying, hey, even though we are not in the relevant conversation of teams, we're still here. We're still loud. I didn't mean to make it sound like a cheer, but we're still loud, we're still proud, and we're here to stay. Thank you. No, it needed with the depth. Okay. It needed that. And I think it would just be a nice moment for Sacramento. And again, it's a weird flex. It would ultimately mean nothing, but I think it would just be a very Sacramento thing to do.
But you know what we could say? Chris Watkins and Russ FC.
I'm not looking for credit. I'm just a guy with a platform.
Got Russell Westbrook ahead of Stephon Castle on the NBA All-Star fan vote.
Not all heroes wear capes. I'm just a simple man who puts his pants on one leg at a time, and we're just trying to make moments here. And I think it would be really cool. That's not the right word because that's too big. It wouldn't be really cool to get Russ in the top 20 of NBA All-Star votes in the West.
It would be satisfying.
It would be satisfying.
And pretty funny.
It would definitely be funny. And I think it's very possible. Again, Stephon Castle, 18th on this list, and he has like 90,000 votes. So I'm fairly confident we can find 90,000. We would need
Russ has to have some votes.
Live math. 30,000. We just need 30,000 people.
Maybe.
Russ FC, Sacramento Kings.
If it's a triple vote day, you're right.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. But never. Word to the wise: never do math live on air. It's never a good idea. Just want to get some last minute text read in here as well. This from let's see here. Where did it just go? It just left me. It was. Oh my gosh.
530.
It was the 530. Thank you. 530. How good would Thunder have been with Durant, Westbrook, Harden stayed? Here we go. Their top 5: Magic, Steph, Kidd, Nash, and Westbrook. I think that's a pretty. I'm going to say 530. I'm going to say was born 95 past 95.
Maybe
all of those. No Stockton in there. No Isaiah in there. All modern guys. I'm going to say that I'm going to call out 530 and say that's a younger person. Let's see here. This is from the 530, different 530. Why wouldn't the Kings do that Malik for Kuzma trade as early as yesterday? One less year and not a guard. Come on. I mean, to me, it really is as cut and dry as that. Like, I think just the fact that it makes I don't love Kyle Kuzma. I've been accused of loving Kyle Kuzma. I do not. But I think it just makes roster sense. I think it just totally makes sense to have him, let's just say size-wise, like be another Keegan Murray. Like just having a guy out there who possesses the size that Keegan does, just for the sake of doing it. Kyle Kuzma is not a stiff. Like we're acting like Kyle Kuzma is, who's the bad McDaniels? Jalen McDaniels? Like he's not that. He's not just size for the sake of size. He is actually somebody who has some skill. As a matter of fact, Kyle Kuzma's biggest flaw is he tries to do too much. And so he is somebody who possesses skill but doesn't quite know how to harness said skill. And I think the Kings are a really good situation where he can kind of figure it out. And another name is that I'll throw in here that as the Kings, for some reason, the Kings-Lakers rivalry, you can tell is really dead because I've seen so many Sabonis potentially interested but from the Lakers and Keon potentially interested from the Lakers. Rui Hachimura is a name that would really, really intrigue me for Sacramento.
Allen's guy.
I was not a big Rui guy at all, especially coming out of the draft when the Lakers traded for him. I was like, okay, whatever, like he'll be fine. But there's been a couple nights where, he will kind of do, the Austin Reeves thing where it's like, hey, it'll be nights where Luka's not playing, LeBron's not playing, and it's like Austin Reeves and Rui and Gabe Vincent, and you'll find Rui has like a random 30-point night, and he's hitting threes. He's a 3-level scorer. That's somebody that I would be very, very like. That's a top level Kyle Kuzma in my opinion. If we want to look at everything from that scope, so there you go, there you have it. And Kyle, we're gonna get the Kuminga on the other side of the. Oh, now I spoiled it, but there's no way anyone was guessing that.
We already talked about the watch.
We didn't get the Amick audio though, so we'll have Sam Amick's full words for you if you're curious as to where things stand with the Kings and Kyle Kuzma. I guess you can call it an update, but just know that we are still on watch. We got that for you next, right here, Alan Stiles Show, Sactown Sports.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from card holder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Year-end pricing's in effect. Every vehicle's priced to sell before the new year during Happy Honda Days. At Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Get behind the wheel of your new Accord or Civic today. Own or lease during Happy Honda Days at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company, Pure Talk.
The new year is upon us with promises of new beginnings and new adventures. But don't let this past year slip away without savoring the memories made with family and friends. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Looking forward is always exciting, but I have a lot to appreciate in this past year, revolving around time with family and more good time spent around my Naturewood dining table. Watching my grandsons enjoy birthdays and holidays was priceless and reminds me that new life is the perfect balance between yesterday and today. Greet the new year with a visit to Naturewood Home Furnishings during their annual New Year's sale going on now, including all the fine furniture and accessories in every department. How about a new style for the new year? Find that perfect piece of furniture that's new today and filled with future memories for tomorrow. The memories you make with your family will stay with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert. John Party. Chris Young. Turnpike Troubadours. Dylan Scott and more. Line dancing live DJs, Mechanical Bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITBfest.com.
We've got more tackle. Grab deep discounts on a huge selection of fishing gear, apparel, and accessories at the Giant Fisherman's Warehouse booth. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento.
Live and local 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Welcome back into the Alan Stiles program. 1247. How about 1248 for you? Can
I get a 1249?
Probably not for another minute. As we wind down today's program, we're leading you all the way up till 2 p.m. So still got a whole nother hour as we're going to preview Kings Clippers. That one tips off at 8 o'clock right here on the Sporty 1140. We will have a potentially long Alan Stiles program from 2 to 6:30, or we're going to have a long game night from 6 to 7:30.
There you go.
Still TBD on which one it's going to be. You got to tune in to find out. Many are taking side bets on it, so you can get in on the action somewhere. And I would like to read Daniel's text into the Sactown Sports text line here. Daniel says, and this is something very interesting and something I have actually brought up in the past on King's Roundtable with Alan, blueprint to accelerate the Kings rebuild. Daniel writes, instead, everyone thinks we should trade the veterans. I don't think anyone wants them. Instead, trade our young talent and build up our role players until the vets' salaries fall off. Then use that money to go big game hunting. He then tells me not to be a wet blanket and read some text. He also then just texted in, actually, funny enough, which is why I lost this text. Every fan base wants a superstar, but I think the way to go is to have really solid players throughout your lineup. A true team will beat a top-heavy team most of the time. And I think that especially is true of today's NBA, and you look no further than last year's championship matchup between the OKC Thunder and the Indiana Pacers. Those were two good squads. Those were 5-on-5 basketball teams. Those were not 3-on-5 games. Those were truly like, hey, we are scheming up these guys to get, we're playing into our identities. And our identity is not just we have LeBron, LeBron, D Wade, and Chris Bosh. It's not just, hey, we're funny enough, actually, I think the fact that Phoenix pretty much tried to run out that model last year and failed so epically with Bradley Beal, Book, and KD really was a true reflection of how the league has changed. Like that exact model that Phoenix tried to use would have worked 4-5 years in the past. But in today's NBA, you have to have depth. You have to have good starters, and especially in the playoff series, and especially once it comes NBA Finals time, if there is somebody on that floor that cannot defend or cannot be an offensive weapon, that will be utilized against you. That is the kryptonite. Like, if you have, it's the reason why, like, the Kings, I had fear of, like, Davion Mitchell being somebody who could have closed games for this team, or even, it still applies for him in Miami. Like, offensively, he's probably going to sit in the corner, and the other team is going to put their worst defender, probably their star, on Davion in the corner. And that's just something you have to live with. Or you can have somebody who's a threat out there. You can have, and obviously, there's a push and pull of like, hey, let's pull out Davion and we'll put in, I'll just say Dennis Schroeder. I don't know. Dennis Schroeder might be a better offensive weapon, but now on the other end, I'm going to have Jamal Murray just attack Dennis Schroeder. So obviously you have to have, and that's where two sides of the ball plays in. Not only do you have to have a good roster of just quality players, but no longer can you have J.R. Smiths out there with Kyrie Irving. Like, you have to have guys who play both sides of the ball.
You can't have a shooter that doesn't play defense.
Exactly.
Right? This is the thing I remember people talking about last year with the Knicks is it's good to have Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, but that's a traffic cone on defense and a traffic cone on defense, which means at best 40% of the players on the floor are not quality defenders for the New York Knicks because you're not going to sit Brunson and you're not going to sit Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, and that's where now they play Josh Hart to try and cover up the Jalen Brunson stuff. Well, Josh Hart, fantastic offensive rebounder, but he's the Davion Mitchell case where you're just, that's the guy that you're going to leave open. And that's where you just have to make sure. And Josh Hart is a fine, if that's your fifth guy and that's the guy that they have to, decide to quote unquote leave open, I think that's a fairly right. I mean, the Knicks are one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference. Like, that is a good level to have your worst starter out there.
Yeah, as long as checking this Basketball Reference MVP ladder, as long as you have 2 of the top 7 MVP candidates in the league scoring the ball, then yes, you can get away with having that situation. But if you have Zach LaVine, you can't get away with doing that because you don't have the scoring. The first time I remember this happening where I kind of look back now and notice the league had changed is when the Lakers made that trade for Russ, and it was Russ, LeBron, and AD, and that team won like 34 games or something like that. Never would have happened in a different day and age. Doesn't matter the style of play, doesn't matter. Like, you get those 3 players, might not win a championship. You're not going to be out of the play-in level bad, no matter what injuries, because there were injuries that year too. But that was the first time that I was like, oh yeah, you do actually have to play for fit.
Yeah, you have to play for fit. You have to have an identity too, which is what the Kings are trying to establish. But you can't just go out there and roll the ball out. So It's it is definitely an interesting conversation. And yeah, like I said, I have brought up in the past that maybe the Kings, we're looking at this thing way wrong. Like, we're talking about the Kings thinking about the future. I definitely swung for the Stars. I swung for Pluto, actually. And I said, why aren't we talked about in the Giannis conversation? Like, doesn't it make more sense, actually, when you think about how the Kings are constructed, to have them bring in somebody to play with Sabonis, DeRozan, Levine, potentially, Schroeder, Westbrook, than finding somebody or some young player that is distressed that you're going to get for said older player? Like, to me, it's kind of like the Bucks situation I was laying out, where if you're saying that these are our two paths, the more realistic path to me does sound like if we're saying your life depends on it, and in this case for Scott Perry, your career depends on it, I would have some meetings about, hey, who are the guys that we feel like we can bring in and they would make this situation work? Because I don't know what you're going to get. I don't know if you're going to get any. Like, we think that the Kings are going to be super active in trying to get Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis and DeMar DeRozan, and they're clearly trying to get Malik Monk out there. That's
Keon
no
Ellis.
But Keon still fits in the young guy. Like, to me, that's more in the counter. That's maybe we trade Keon to try and get somebody who now makes sense for our team and makes this thing work. I think it's an interesting thought exercise. I definitely don't hope the Kings end up going that route, but I think it's nonetheless a really good thought exercise. And I swear at some point here we're going to play Sam Amick's audio of Jonathan Kuminga. At this point, it feels like I've teased it so much that the payoff's not going to be worth it, but I promise you he does have things to say about the Kings' interest in Jonathan Kuminga, and we will get to that on the other side of the break. You're listening to the Allen Stiles Show, Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Sactown Sports 49ers Report is brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, located beside the Vacaville outlets. Niners win a huge game on Sunday night versus Chicago, 42-38. Brock Purdy was outstanding. He accounted for 5 touchdowns, throwing for 300 yards and 3 TDs, rushed for 2 more, while Christian McCaffrey rushed for 181 yards from scrimmage and had a touchdown as well. Niners finished the regular season Saturday with Seattle, with the winner getting the number 1 seed in the playoffs. Catch the game this Saturday beginning at 4 right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from card holder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at bfa.com/cardfwc26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Get more for your money at Elk Grove Chevrolet, where value meets style. Lease a new Chevrolet Trax for just $199 per month plus tax. Enjoy its roomy backseat, flat rear window, and simple, attractive interior packed with an 11-inch touchscreen, wireless Apple CarPlay, and wireless charging. The Trax delivers more for less. Visit myelkgrovechevrolet.com today for full lease details and see why the Trax is such a smart choice.
Daniel Tosh, my first farewell tour. Saturday, January 24th, 8 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley.
This is how I come up with material. I rant to my friends and my family, my inner circle, and when they hate every word coming out of my mouth, I know it's ready.
Saturday, January 24th, 8 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley. On sale now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss your chance to see Daniel Tosh.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
Yes. What is up? Welcome into the last hour of the Alan Stiles Show. Chris Watkins filling in for the next hour. Alan will be joining us in about 45 minutes for some crosstalk. Got to get his thoughts on this whole Russell Westbrook situation. Where does he fall in the all-time point guard list? Maybe get Alan's thoughts on, what we were just discussing on, Kings maybe going all in with the older guys versus, trying to build around the younger guys. We got a text here from Rob M. I appreciate the text, Rob. Both teams in the NBA Finals last year had real stars on their team. You're not going to the finals with a bunch of solid players with no stars. Rob, I feel like that's a little bit, obvious too. It's like, clearly you have to have, what we were saying is around your stars, you have to have actual NBA players. You can't roll out Joel Anthony and Mario Chalmers next to your three superstars and expect that to be fine. That's more the conversation we were having. Of course, you're never going to be able to get anywhere in the NBA without stars. But I would even, push back and say like the Knicks were close to making the finals, and does making the finals all of a sudden make is Jalen Brunson a star? Is he he is clearly in the MVP conversations, but I don't think people necessarily are thinking of Jalen Brunson in the tier 1 category. Maybe he's a tier 2B. I don't think he's even tier 2A.
I think Jalen Brunson is kind of that test case of, can he be the best player on the championship team?
Exactly.
We're going to find out, which I also make this point with the Pacers one specifically. Like the Thunder are a whole nother category. But with the Pacers one specifically, who again were in game 7.
Also great coach, with the Pacers as well. Not brought up nearly enough. Rick Carlisle, obviously one of the best 3 coaches in the NBA.
Funny you should say that because, again, when I bring this up, last 2 seasons before this one, Pacers had a regular season winning percentage of .588. The Sacramento Kings, the Beam Team season, and the season after Beam Team up until Malik got hurt because Luka sat on him, for those basically season and 3 quarters, had a .588 winning percentage. Like the Pacers were as talented as the Beam Team Sacramento Kings with De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis and Mike Brown and everybody else. Tyrese Halliburton and Pascal Siakam, De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis, those are kind of star-level players of equal tier, shall we say. And that team went to the finals in part because of injury luck, but
in part because they're in the East, but
part because of being in the East, and part because Tyrese Halliburton elevated his game going deeper into the playoffs in a way that was clear to all of us that Tyrese Halliburton was a playoff riser in a way that like De'Aaron Fox also kind of looked like, but then again, he only got 7 games and 4 of them he had a broken hand.
Correct. Yeah, it's not apples to apples, but it is. I definitely think that stat that you bring up with the win percentage of the Kings and the Pacers to me is just. It's a really solid one because I think that's how it felt too, is that if the Kings were in the Eastern Conference, especially in that year, not last season, but the season before that when it was the Knicks and the Pacers, and the Knicks have all those injuries and the Pacers almost kind of made it by default, if you will, to just the Eastern Conference Finals. Like, I think that season felt like, man, if the Kings were just in the East, there's no reason why, to your exact point, that Beam team wouldn't have found that level of success. To tie it back in with Rob's text, essentially saying you can't have the Kings would need a star in order to get that. They couldn't just build from their current foundation, I guess you could call it. I would say, you mentioned Sabonis and Fox being the equivalent of Pascal and Halliburton. I think that would be the trade, right? If you're trading your young players, if they're really trying to go in on it, Keegan Murray would be in that conversation. Like, Nick Clifford would be in that conversation. You probably throw Malik in that conversation, and all of these young pieces. I'm more so saying I think you could get up to that caliber of player. You might not even need to, like, if we're even talking about a Darius Garland, right? Like, clearly this Kings team is 8-24. I don't think they're a Darius Garland away from serious playoff contention, but what does the team, what is a Garland, Levine, obviously not a good defensive team, DeRozan, like, what does that look like? How much better is that team? I think it's significantly better. Darius Garland, 2-time All-Star, like, it's not nothing, but yeah, I still think they would need something more, but I think we're at least moving pretty significantly in the right direction there. Yeah,
at that point, you bring it back to the fact that, like, okay, even if you had a Darius Garland, you would not have to be kind of a De'Aaron Fox-ish or whatever. You wouldn't have a Trey Lyles or an Alex Len or a Kevin Huerter or a Harrison Barnes or Davion Mitchell or all these things that were part of the depth that went into the Beam Team season. You still have players, but they are more expensive, older, and don't quite fit as well together as whatever the previous iteration of the team was that I still remind people had the best offensive rating in NBA history.
Crazy.
History.
And then they were broken up 2 years later. Insane. Absolutely insane. So, and interesting G Money on the YouTube chat says Brunson is greater than Fox. I think that's a interesting conversation. Maybe you can argue stylistically as well. Jalen Brunson a little bit more with his shooting ability, maybe a little more catered to play with any and all rosters. But, De'Aaron's definitely got some advantages as well. I think it's probably one of those where, they might be in the same tier, and you can argue with it however long you want. Keegan Murray should be, let's see here. Dwayne is saying that I'll have to double check. Keegan is available tonight. Last I heard, he was upgraded to questionable last night. So we will look for official word on the health of Keegan Murray and his availability for tonight. We do know he is. Okay, Kyle's giving me the thumbs up. So thank you, Dwayne, for putting that in the chat. Keegan Murray will be available for return tonight. It was he missed 2 or 3 games here. He at least missed the games over the weekend, so it'll be good to have Keegan back. The team definitely looks, and as we talk about like reasons to watch this team, Keegan playing is very big for the watchability of this team, so that's a really good sign. I'm sorry I have to be rude off of this, but like somebody who's not helpful for the watchability of this team who is also available tonight, Mr. 1 Drew Eubanks.
It's my 8th year in the league. Like at some point you got to just take the shot.
He's back.
What a great quote.
It's an insane quote. It's so fitting
in the
too.
League. Like at some point you got to just take the shot.
And a lot of hook shots and a lot of sky hooks and a lot of just like, man, this guy's really like that dude must have cooked in high school because the confidence in the types of shots that he takes are ones that are like, you clearly had a green light and no one could tell you nothing. Because I don't know anybody in the history of ever a big man who has a sky hook in the same way that Drew Eubanks does.
Well, to your point, Chris, they don't call you the Shack of Troutdale for nothing if you don't.
Shack of Troutdale.
That is his official nickname on Basketball Reference.
Where is Troutdale?
I believe Oregon.
Okay.
But yeah, you don't become the Shaq of Troutdale without having a little something to your game, without taking a couple shots.
It's my 8th year in the league. At some point, you got to just take the shot.
You know what they say, shoot or shoot, man. And Drew Eubanks, he's going to shoot his shot tonight, which is actually really disappointing. And I'm sorry, I hate to say that for Drew Eubanks, but I think Dylan Cardwell should also mention unavailable tonight. He will be on G League responsibility, which I don't love. I wish the Kings would just convert him already. Like, he doesn't. I understand you're maximizing value and like you're probably playing the numbers game and all this stuff, but like Dylan Cardwell is going to be playing and probably should be playing for this team the rest of the year. Let's not do this G League thing.
No, here's what that one is, and this is probably what's going to happen. What's the trade deadline? February
15th, I think, or something.
I don't think it's that.
It might be the 5th. Yeah.
Anyways, but let's just say February 5th. It doesn't matter. Yeah. If February 5th is the trade deadline, if they have not moved Dario Saric by February 6th, they will be waiving Dario Saric. He is a number on a spreadsheet right now. I was being told they were going to waive him coming out of training camp. That didn't happen. They're essentially saving the roster spot, or I'm sorry, they're saving the contract to match salaries in a trade.
It is February 5th.
Yeah, so if February 6th, there will be a release if he's still on the roster. The Sacramento Kings are waiving Dario Saric. At that point, then they would have the roster spot for Dylan Cardwell. Or they make a trade before then.
That's amazing. And it's also very, very true. Like, yes, they are 100% keeping Dario Saric, not to play him, because there's been multiple moments. He did get in one game, maybe like 3 weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah, he played and Malik didn't. And I was like, what are we doing?
Yeah. So, yeah, he is not on this roster to play basketball games. He is on this roster, to your point, to fill a cap sheet. He is $5 million. And that is pretty much what he is. He is a walking $5 million for this team. Yes. And when he sits on the bench, it should just be a briefcase. Because, yeah, I mean, that's the only reason he's on the roster. And frankly, probably should have been the first sign that this team is not trying to win basketball games this year when you trade in. And obviously Jonas Valanciunas had his weird offseason thing where like he might have gone back overseas and all that stuff. Maybe that played a factor. But the fact that the Kings pretty much just dumped that for Dario Saric isn't really something you do when you're trying to be a better basketball team, to just pretty much say, hey, I know Valanciunas gave us 20 good minutes and we traded assets for him last trade deadline, but we'd rather just take the briefcase.
That's the big one, is that you gave away
like a player,
no,
like a real,
two second round picks, and
I forgot about the picks.
It was 2 second round picks and CD Sissoko.
CD Sissoko's a funny one. Where,
he started yesterday.
He did, yeah. He's not good, which should be mentioned. Like, yes, CD Sissoko is starting and has closed some games for the Blazers. He's not good.
Oh, don't tell Alan that.
Yeah, it fits the narrative very well that, hey, this guy, the only young guy that you got in the Aaron Fox trade and you just shipped him off, like, it does fit the narrative very well. But CD Sissoko, he's a defensive player first off. And he's like, he reminds me a lot of, frankly, of Omax Prosper, the guy that the Kings traded off to get off of the Rashawn Holmes contract.
Oh, I remember that. Remember when we were in studio during that draft? Yeah. It was you, me, and Jason Ross.
Very confusing.
And we thought they had drafted your guy, and then they didn't draft your guy. Yeah. What a day that was.
Incredible, yeah, and didn't end up making a pick that day. So there you go. Wait, we have to play the Sam Amick audio. I've been literally teasing it for like 35 minutes now. Let's get into Sam Amick. This morning was on with Jason Ross and let us know that the watch is still on.
You know, Sam, if the Kings, according to you, it might be one of the teams that's a few on the short list of sellers, but you mentioned the Warriors earlier. Do you feel like the Kings are still in that interest in the Kuminga situation, or do they still have interest in the Jonathan Kuminga?
Yeah, I mean, I have no reason to think otherwise. I'm probably going to try to get more clarity here pretty soon. I haven't gotten a recent update, but I mean, the messaging has been pretty consistent, which is that yes, they do still have interest, but it's just the pieces, on the other side, or in terms of interest, I think have changed. For one, the Kings and everyone else, the price has gone down. You know what I mean? Like, it just has. So what does that look like in a possible Kings deal? Because the Warriors are known to not have interest in Malik Monk. And he was front and center in those discussions in the offseason. So, is it a DeRozan thing potentially? who knows? I don't probably see that happening. It just there are Kuminga in general. It seems like there's these two generally accepted beliefs that don't reconcile. One is that he's definitely going to get moved by the deadline, and the other is that nobody can seem to even speculate about where, because the market had been Phoenix, Chicago, and the Kings during the summer, and so maybe something like that happens, again. But there's just no smoke there right now. I was watching their game last night in Brooklyn, and the cameras cut to him on the bench, and it's just wild how I think he. I don't want to speak out of turn. I think he got another DNP, but it's just he's just completely on the shelf.
Yeah, I mean this situation is absolutely crazy to me. I will say in general, I think if there is a 3-team deal that happens with the Kuminga trade, I just feel like it just doesn't bode well for the Kings. In my opinion, and this is just completely unfounded, but it's just based off of how all of the reporting has gone, how the interest from other teams has maybe been reported for Kuminga. Like if there's a 3-team trade and Miami's involved or Phoenix, like it just to me feels like the Kings are going to get pieces, but I don't think they end up with Kuminga itself, because if the Warriors don't want anything the Kings have to offer, I just don't see how that leads to the Kings getting Kuminga, if that makes sense.
Okay, I do believe that is the correct way to look at it.
Yeah.
However, picks can be the great equalizer in this situation.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it was the whispers were that the lottery protections were
the issue, right?
The issue with the Kuminga trade in the summer. If the Kings relent from that, for better or for worse, they get back into the Kuminga conversation. And again, maybe it's DeRozan gets rerouted somewhere. It seems like the golden goose for the Warriors, and we've done this Kuminga watch so much that it's just off the top. But they want Trey Murphy. The Pelicans' asking price is young player.
Don't we all?
Yeah, I guess so. Their asking price is essentially that Vucevic trade we were talking about earlier. A young player, probably Kuminga, and multiple first-round picks
It'd
without
probably
protections.
Be like Kuminga, Moody, and like a pick or something.
Yeah, exactly. I think now the money. I think the money works with just Kuminga, but again, the Pelicans want multiple controllable picks if they're going to do that deal, and the Warriors, for better or for worse, haven't been willing to do it, which is fine. I don't know how good of a player Trey Murphy is, but he would fit as their number 4. But I guess the Kings' best chance to land Kuminga was before he signed that new contract, but if they're still going to get back in the game, I guess it's like, DeRozan and Keon and a pick or something, and they don't even care about DeRozan. They just reroute him somewhere else.
It's insane, and like with the Warriors, definitely not a Warrior fan here. I don't even think I need to say that caveat, but if I were, at some point, it's beggars can't be choosers. Like, if you aren't going to play this guy and he's just going to sit on your bench and he has value, there are teams out there, the Kings are willing to just give you Malik Monk. And I don't care if you don't want him or not, Malik Monk is better than Buddy Hield. Like, I just know that he will be a better, more consistent contributor. He can do more. Like, the fact that they are still so set on we have to win this trade to get Kuminga off, when in reality, your only thought should just be, this is the situation we're in right now. And I know the Warriors, they aren't in the most ideal situation. It's not as if they are maybe one piece away. But I would say we have Jimmy Butler, we have Draymond, we have Steph. If we can get a 4th solid player who is going to contribute on a nightly basis, that can be the thing that makes, like, we are getting a nothing burger out of Kuminga. And if we're being offered, let's just say a Malik Monk, Malik is going to make more impact than what Kuminga has. Now, again, it might not be a perfect fit for their roster construction, all that stuff. That can be a different conversation. And I'm not saying the Warriors should just settle for whatever is offered to them. But at some point, it does get to the fact that you cannot be determining what, and unless you're just, and the alternate, I guess, that I'm just not factoring is, unless you're just okay with this just running itself into the ground. Because it's not working.
I think part of it, too, is that Kuminga's kind of their last trade chip.
He is, yeah.
Right? After this, they've got very little pivot to work with until 2027 when every contract is off the books and we've talked about this before. They can decide, hey, we're going to run it back and try and go after Giannis, or all of you get the bleep out of here and we're going to go to the bottom of the draft. You know, they can decide in 2027 which direction they want to go. But Kuminga, for this version of the team, which might be their last best chance to build around Steph, he's their last pivot, and they're just waiting, hoping that eventually a deal that will put them over the top comes available. I mean, it worked out. The dumb thing about it is that they did this last year with Jimmy, and it actually worked out. Right. So I can't tell them that's a bad strategy because it literally worked out. But if they, I don't know, I'm just throwing something out here. If they traded for Clay again and Daniel Gafford and gave up Kuminga and Buddy Hield, I don't think that's dramatically changing their fortunes.
No, and that's again where I would again, roster construction might not, but like I feel like Malik is the better. Like I just don't know who is the player that they're expecting to get, because I don't see why that would change. Like if they have let's say a Trey Murphy in mind, what is changing the Pelicans' opinion on, actually we are willing to take, like all they are doing is ruining the asset that they're trying to send off. And I don't know. It just, again, and I've said this from Jump Street, it just doesn't feel like they're handling this well. And I feel like they are definitely getting the media benefit of the doubt because they're the Warriors and they've been the gold standard and all this stuff. But I think the reality is when you look at the situation, this is like just malpractice on how to handle an individual who does have value. And I know again, I'm not locked into every single Warrior game. There is 0% chance that Jonathan Kuminga is better off not playing than playing in a small role. Like it's just crazy to me that this is what they're deciding to do with this asset. And I cannot think of another situation that has ever been like that. Like the Ben Simmons thing is close, but it also got to the point where it's like, dude, we're not going to play you. Just sit down. Just like go somewhere else. They're not even doing that with Kuminga. They're dragging him along with the illusion of, hey, like, anything could work. Like, hey, we're not even closing the door on this situation might end up working itself out, or we're going to find you a different, like, it's just, I don't see what their vision is.
There is one scenario that is comparable in recent years, and I've talked about this before. It is DeAndre Ayton with the Suns, where he tried to sign with Indiana.
Right, with Indiana.
They brought him back.
Right.
He hated Monty Williams, and Monty Williams despised him, and then at the end of that 1 year together, they said, actually, both of you go.
Sure.
Goodbye, Monty. Goodbye, DeAndre Ayton. We don't need either of you anymore. We're going to go trade for Kevin Durant or whatever they did. But yeah, that's kind of the only thing I could think of that was pretty close. And the Suns were the number 1 seed. So, like, you could justify dragging back DeAndre Ayton versus Kuminga. You're kind of a middle-of-the-pack team, and this is your last trade chip. Although, funny enough, I did just put it in the Vanspo, and I'm actually talking myself into the Klay Thompson, Daniel Gafford thing now. So I'm like, well, Klay would be better than Buddy, and Gafford could be Looney, better younger Looney.
I've been a big Daniel Gafford guy. Klay seems washed. Klay seems like his days are done.
You're saying that he's maybe a bit of a bum?
For that bum Klay Thompson.
This has been a running joke for years, that I called Klay a bum. Yeah, because he put up 0 points in that.
I do recall 0 for 10.
Yeah, 0 for 10.
People don't forget.
And then I called him a bum, and then he came back last year, and he, did what he did in the play-in.
Oh,
which,
no.
In fairness, in that game, he had 0 points in the first, third, and fourth quarter. He just had like 22 in the second.
We've seen that movie before.
For that bum Klay Thompson.
Wow, sounds really good production. It sounds like
for that bum Klay Thompson.
I think that was a prop. That's what it was. It was
we got espresso in the background. There,
yeah. So for every prop talk, I would just increasingly hammer the Klay Thompson unders. And then he kind of after that, I was like, he did get us. So, but anyways, you think he can't do what Pajemski's doing? Pajemski's trash too.
That's fair.
For that bum Klay Thompson.
That bum Pods. I mean,
who they're going to hand the franchise to, apparently.
That's what he wants. He's, him and Steph are, he's willing to take the mantle from Steph when Steph is done, and he's just willing to carry that on his shoulders. So, luckily for them, what am I talking about here in Sacramento? They got Brandon Pajemski and I guess maybe a future disgruntled or less disgruntled Jonathan Kuminga. Who knows? Because, right now just putting him on the bench, it's not helping. You're currently And it's just, I don't know, like it has been, to Sam's point when he answers Jason there, like it has been pretty quiet on the Kuminga front. I know he can't be traded for another 2 weeks, right? January 15th, I think, was the Kuminga date for when he's available to get traded. So maybe as the year turns, that will kind of start to heat back up again. But yeah, it's been pretty quiet. And Sam even says there, like, the price has gone down. It is nobody, like you may have had the conversation before of like, why wouldn't the Kings just give up the protection? Like, get the deal done and call it a day? Like, you're the Kings. What are you haggling over a protection for? Get the young player and you're not doing anything anyway. But now, I think if you're the Kings, you're absolutely, like, there's no way that the deal that they offered in the offseason would still be the one that they'd be comfortable with. Again, it seems like, if anything, you're putting more protections or you're taking things out of that deal as opposed to adding to it. Kuminga has not played well, and if anything, I think Malik has proved that he is exactly what he's been. It hasn't been like a fluke or he hasn't played significantly better or anything. If anything, it's just been fairly consistent with Malik. So, again, I'm just using Malik as the example because he's been the most front and center in terms of who the Kings have been looking to move off from. So, again, before we hit the break, just want to give you a re-injury report on the game tonight. Again, tip-off at 8 p.m. right here on Sactown Sports. You got Keegan Murray, who will be available tonight, returning from injury. Drew Eubanks will also be in the lineup, returning from his injury that kept him out the past couple weeks. Dylan Cardwell is out for a G League assignment, so don't be expecting to see minutes from him. I would assume those minutes just go to Drew Eubanks. Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis, both of them out. On the Clippers side, no update I haven't seen on John Collins yet. He was questionable with an illness, but you have Ivica Zubac out. You have Bogdan Bogdanovic out. Bradley Beal out. And I love this. Kyle has Chris Paul out for just being annoying. That actually pretty surprising Chris Paul hasn't landed somewhere else yet. I know there was a lot of potential rumors about where he was going to land right after that whole Clippers
situation. They do still list him on the injury report as not with team.
There has to, I was going to say there has to be some sort of CBA thing that you can't just straight kick somebody back home and say, yeah, we'll pay you to essentially Ben Simmons it and just chill out, relax, and spend some quality time with your family. So coming up, we will preview this game a little bit more. What are the Clippers doing heading into tonight's game? And what do we think will happen at 8 p.m. tonight when the Kings tip off at the Intuit Dome? You're listening to the On Style Show, Sactown Sports.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's holiday food drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today.
What will a Maverick do? 'Cause you're a Maverick too.
Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments, some restrictions apply.
Year-end pricing's in effect. Every vehicle's priced to sell before the new year during Happy Honda Days. At Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Get behind the wheel of your new Accord or Civic today. Own or lease during Happy Honda Days at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda. Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 916-619-3000 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. The winter months bring joy, but also with more rain and snow, unfortunately, more accidents. Over the last quarter century, thousands of Northern California residents have looked to Ashton & Price to be their root-off with a law license to guide them through the storm of an injury claim. As always, we wish you and your family the safest and happiest of holidays. But if you need us, at Ashton & Price, we're here for you. So whether you've been naughty or nice, happiest holidays from Ashton & Price.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? Sunpoint Public Adjusters can help. Sunpoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call Sunpoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. Sunpoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Coach Christie here, letting you know the year-end sell-a-thon is on at Folsom Lake Ford, and with your approved credit, get 0% financing plus 0 down, plus no payments for 90 days on select new Fords. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford today. Interest accrues from date of purchase.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Minutes to go in the program. Alan Stiles Show. Chris Watkins filling in. I'll be back tomorrow, an undetermined time frame. I'll either be back in the midday slot tomorrow, or there's a chance that Kyle and I double dip in the morning, and we're just back together in 12, let's call it like 16 hours.
Oh, so you're going to drive from Berkeley straight to the studio.
So yes, I guess that I have not considered that. Maybe I'll be in the, no. That probably wouldn't play a factor, but yeah, I am going to Berkeley tonight to watch Cal Berkeley basketball take on the Louisville Cardinals. Is it? They're probably Cardinal.
I think it's Cardinal.
Cardinal.
No, wait, that's Stanford.
You're right.
Oh, wow, I just realized. So on Friday, it's going to be Cardinals versus Cardinal.
Wow. That is the matchup of the century.
Yeah, so Louisville Cardinals, Stanford Cardinal. So
Incredible.
Cardinals Cardinal.
Okay.
So if you don't want to go tonight, they play Stanford on Friday.
Yep, and that's probably time frame wise a little bit more convenient for most. You can see the reason why I'm going is to get my own two eyes on top 10 draft prospect Michael Brown. Funny enough, would it be funny if the Kings drafted Michael Brown, to have Mike Brown back on the Kings roster and potentially be like the face of the Kings, or like a player that everyone's, the Kings and Mike Brown?
I feel like it depends how salty you are about how it all ended.
Yeah, well, I'm fairly salty. To me, that was the beginning of the end of all of this. So yeah, Michael Brown. We'll get a good set of eyes on him. He has had a fairly decent season so far. Looking at his numbers, he had 22 in a loss early December to Arkansas. He let's see here. Didn't have a great game December 6th against Indiana. December 13th was the last game he played in. He had 16 points against Memphis. So, yeah, very excited to see that. I would definitely recommend, as I did, to look at that Cal basketball and Stanford Cardinal schedule. And you can definitely see some games. Louisville, again, this Friday. Duke and UNC come early, mid-January.
We also decided earlier that they flip dates. So it's like Duke, they play on the same day, one at Stanford, one at Cal, and then flip-flop. So I guess you can't go to both?
No, you couldn't.
You'd have to, if you wanted to see both, you would have to pick one common opponent.
Yep.
If I'm doing my math right.
Yes, you're correct. Yeah, which is what I did. Yeah, because, yes, in order to see,
to see Duke and Carolina on the same day without going to both games.
No, maybe, I don't know if this is too much work on you. Like, time-wise, could you maybe, like, is maybe one a 2 p.m. tip and the other a 7? Like, could you possibly, you know, I think that's potentially a possibility that you could do, at least for one of them. But, yeah, definitely excited. I don't think I've been to... You know, I actually, and shouldn't be surprising to me, besides the Golden One Center March Madness tournament, I don't think I've been to a college basketball game.
Oh, interesting.
Pretty interesting. Yeah, what'd you find there?
It's quite funny. So the Wednesday, or what is that? Yeah, Wednesday, January 14th, the UNC Stanford game starts at 6. The Duke Cal game starts at 8. I'm guessing that's like an ACC network thing that they put them at different times, but...
Here we go again with these Eastern...
Duke.
These poor people in the East just being like, I love Duke, but I'm not
a Wednesday at 11 p.m.?
That's crazy.
You're watching it Wednesday at 11 p.m.
Also, like, I mean... Bless Cal. I mean, I think Cal actually has a fairly decent record this year. I don't think they're ranked in the top 25, but I think they've only picked up a couple losses. But that's very unfair to Duke and UNC in a conference game that, in theory, like could have held some value.
Oh yeah,
to
Cal's
play
12-1
at 11 p.m.
on a Wednesday.
Kids, on a Wednesday?
Yeah.
How is that fair? Like, they're not professional. Like, that's crazy. Like, I mean, they're pseudo-professionals.
At Duke, they are. Cal,
Definitely.
You could have more of a debate.
It's more of just like, come on, like that's just a crazy ask. No, if you are still having a student tag to your athleticism, you should not be playing at your time, 11 p.m. Like, that's crazy.
On a school night.
On a school night, in theory. Like, that is where we've completely lost the plot with this cross-country athletic, or what is it? The Atlantic Coast Conference?
The Atlantic. Maybe we should just call it the Coast Conference.
It should just be the Athletic Coast Conference. How about that? You can
Sure.
keep the A in there.
That's honestly, I haven't heard that one before.
Just
that's
do it.
Kind of smart.
You know, it's pretty simple. So that's where I will be tonight.
Okay, so let's say maybe that's a little too late for you on a Wednesday night to go from Stanford to from Palo Alto to Berkeley.
Yeah.
Saturday the 17th, you have UNC versus Cal at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Duke versus Stanford at 3 o'clock.
That one, I guess, is, well, I mean.
You would miss the first half driving from Berkeley to Stanford.
That might have to be the next task that I put you on, is how long is that drive time-wise?
On a Saturday? I don't know.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's not close. I mean, it's not, because I feel like college basketball, you might be able to get like an hour and a half total runtime in, so there's a chance that maybe you could just miss like the first 10 minutes of the game. Like if it's like a 45-minute drive.
According to Google Maps, it is a 53-minute drive.
Yeah, that's not happening, Chief. I'm sorry.
Well, you can make it for the second half.
Yeah, you can maybe leave the first game at halftime to make it to the tip of the second. Like, yeah, it's unfortunate that they didn't make it like some sort of it would have been cool to have it like be a matinee or something.
But you would miss the, at least as of right now, the 10-2 UNC versus 12-1 Cal Berkeley. Versus Stanford. I don't know what Stanford's record is, but I'm guessing it's probably not as good as
Andrej
that.
Didn't stay there. Andrej Stojakovic did not stay at Stanford.
They are 11-2, but
are they really?
It's college basketball. Yeah. You never know if that's a real 11-2 or not
until conference play. I think literally Cal played Sac State like a couple weeks ago. So early in the season, they are definitely padding those numbers.
Notable wins for Stanford so far include Colorado. Lost to UNLV, and a 1-point win over St. Louis.
Okay.
Oh, they also beat Minnesota, so yeah, I'm guessing Stanford might get to ACC play and fall off a little.
Do they even get to I was going to say 20 wins, but do they get to 18, 15 wins? Is that crazy?
I haven't been paying close enough attention to college basketball, but I'm sure 12 teams from the ACC make the tournament now.
Clearly, Cal's got a good, as good of a team as they got, if not better. So, very intrigued to see that. Can't wait. Michael Brown tonight in Berkeley, and then with those Duke UNC games, you could potentially see Caleb Wilson, who's supposed to be a top 5 projected player in the draft. Also, of course, Cameron Boozer over at Duke. He is currently slated number 2 on Tankathon, but I think a lot of people, he's just consensus top 3. He's in that Darren Peterson, AJ DeBansa, and then Cameron Boozer, kind of fits right into that as well. So really excited for me to get into that action tonight. Should also mention that me and Kyle got the most dangerous text in radio during this past break from one Alan Stiles saying, I have a story to tell during Crosstalk. So,
well, let's see if he makes it. Because
what do you know?
Well, this is a whole thing on the morning show, is that he always walks into Crosstalk 4 minutes late.
Yeah, I was always the prompt one for Crosstalk.
Yeah, so I'm curious, if you change the time slots, does he still show up late to Crosstalk, or is he going to show up promptly?
We'll see, and that's what we call a tease, a double tease, ladies and gentlemen. Will Alan Stiles be on time, and what is the story that Alan has to tell, and what could it possibly be about?
He said he had multiple stories to tell yesterday that we just didn't get to because we started yelling about Dylan Cardwell's corner threes, but maybe it's one of those stories.
And I probably should have confirmed this with him before. Oh, no, he did say for Crosstalk. I was going to say it might have just been a story for us off air, but he did say for Crosstalk as well. So, I wonder if it's about something we talked about. I wonder if it is per just classic Alan, if it is just completely random. Well, you won't have to wait very long to find out because I guess the first tease is, will Alan Stiles be here when we come back? The second, what is his story? Find out when we get back. You're listening to the Alan Stiles program on Sactown Sports.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert, John Party, Chris Young, Turnpike Troubadours, Dylan Scott, and more. Line dancing, live DJs, mechanical bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park, May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITVFest.com.
The clock is ticking. This holiday season, give the gift they'll really love. A new Honda from Northern California's best Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Happy Honda days are happening right now. Score big with low payments, top trade-in value, and a huge selection of new Hondas, all at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on the results of the study recognized on June 18, 2025, USA Today's list of California's top car dealers 2025.
The new year is upon us with promises of new beginnings and new adventures. But don't let this past year slip away without savoring the memories made with family and friends. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Looking forward is always exciting, but I have a lot to appreciate in this past year, revolving around time with family and more good time spent around my Naturewood dining table. Watching my grandsons enjoy birthdays and holidays was priceless and reminds me that new life is the perfect balance between yesterday and today. Greet the new year with a visit to Naturewood Home Furnishings during their annual New Year's sale going on now, including all the fine furniture and accessories in every department. How about a new style for the new year? Find that perfect piece of furniture that's new today and filled with future memories for tomorrow. The memories you make with your family will stay with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
The Travel Guys, new on KHTK 1140 every Saturday at 11 a.m.
We'll make you a smarter traveler. Tips you can use on the road and at the airport, plus reports from top consumer advocates.
The Travel Guys, 11 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Welcome into the final segment of the Alan Stiles Show for the day. But it's not the end of Alan Stiles. It's actually just the beginning. As
now it's technically the Alan Stiles Show.
It actually definitely is now officially the Alan Stiles Show, Alan Stiles program.
How is Alan taller than you in his chair right now?
It's just angles.
He's a tall guy. I mean,
hello?
Hello? Is that thing on?
Hello?
No? Yeah?
Hello?
I think it's on.
Yes, you're
on?
good.
Okay. Oh.
You got to raise it, Alan. I don't know if you know this. You got to raise the mic a little bit.
Here you go.
It doesn't sound like it's on, but...
Hello?
Oh, there you go. Now I hear you. Okay. I think it was me.
I think he's short, Tim. I think he's short.
Crazy.
Why am I here?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. Alan, I believe we were trying to figure this out last night. I don't know if you got an answer to it.
Okay.
Extended show today for you? Are you maybe gonna work a deal with Marsh to try and get him to do the extra half hour?
I'm just a good soldier.
Yeah.
What is it? 2 to 6:30.
6:30. Yeah, you can say that.
Taking you up to game night for an 8:00 game that's not on Peacock and not nationally televised. So we'll be here.
Yeah,
we'll be here. You know the number. You know the line. 4.5 hours.
4.5 hours.
And you know what? What better way? But honestly, based on how my toddler was acting, I'd probably rather be here. But I shouldn't have said that out loud. But what better way to end the year than with an extended show leading you up to the Kings and John Collins? There's just no better way.
Is he available? I've been locked in the show. I know he was questioned. He was on the injury report. I don't know if he.
I know this is the Drive Guys, and thank you, Chris, for hopping in for the Alan Stiles Show. But we're going to hit all the Alan Stiles Show notes. We got our Kuminga quota.
Okay.
We got our Collins quota. We got our Avengers. This is the last show of the year.
You got to squeeze in some coups.
The Kuzma quota. We're hitting all the quotas. We got
John Collins questionable.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness. You know why?
Yeah.
Illness?
Keep an eye on that. But we have that, a ton of NFL stuff. That's why I don't trust the Rams. So,
awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, man.
Dude, yeah, I cannot believe the Rams lost. Actually, I can very much believe that the Rams
That's what
lost.
they do.
I have no idea why. Like, I still legit, we were giving our top 3 teams that we believe in the playoffs. I would love to hear yours, actually. And they are still, like, I just can't quit them. But they just seem to do that every single
too often.
Like, and I know it's like, it's an inferior opponent, which probably played a factor in the playoffs. Obviously, they're going to be locked in, but to have that like in your DNA, like I really don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, they still lost to Mac Jones.
Right.
And it's funny because there was this post, you may have seen it and went viral, because it was about 6 teams, and it said the Niners are banged up. The Rams are ice cold, and it has legit reasons for about 5 to 7 teams. Then out of the contenders. Then they have 7 to 8 more contenders where it says you don't trust the Texans, you don't trust the Bears, you don't all this, and it went viral. And it said at the bottom it said who's going to win the Super Bowl, and I'm thinking, brother, What is the difference between the Rams being cold and not trusting? It's like you don't trust Sam Darnold. You don't trust Seahawks. I don't trust the Rams.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, they won a Super Bowl. Cool. Yeah. But I don't trust what they're doing right now. Yeah. I don't.
No, and how many times? I mean, Niner fans will tell you, right? How many times I actually don't even know if it's possible for them to face in the playoffs. Who knows? With especially all the reshifting that can happen after Week 18, but that's been the team that has been the Rams' Achilles heel. Like they cannot, especially in the playoffs, get through the Niners.
No, they can't. And I think what's also happening is if you remember last season, the Rams did have a good game against the Eagles. And I think that was in Philly.
Yes. Yeah.
And nobody gave the Rams a shot. They kind of snuck in. So I think there's a little bit of the Rams are better than last season, and the Eagles don't seem to be as good. Yeah. But I just don't trust them, man. And I don't know what it is. It's like Sean McVay, because he remembers the cereal that he had when he was 4. It's like he gets bored. It's like he gets bored and just starts doing weird stuff. Puka got locked up. Everybody says, hey, Puka, can he beat you man on man? Because he's kind of a slant merchant, and he got locked up last night. He got clamped.
He did, yeah. And we talked a little bit about that catch that almost was at the end.
Oh, I needed that. Schmal and Miles needed that.
Gosh, yeah.
I really needed overtime.
For Puka specifically?
I needed it for multiple Schmal needed it for multiple tickets, and I the first clip of it, I thought, oh, we're good. Yeah. Right? We're going to overtime.
It looks so,
And then they showed the other one.
Yeah.
And I saw somebody say, I don't know how to explain this, but even though the ball was in the air, Puka never lost control.
Yeah.
Don't know how to explain it, but that's not the rule.
No, it's not. It's imperfect. What is a catch, what isn't, but spirit of the rule, I guess it wasn't a catch, but it was phenomenal. And yeah, I mean, the spirit of that, he did not lose control of the ball at all. I do want to get just give me 3 of your playoff teams that you feel most confident in if we're doing an elimination or a survivor pool or something like that.
Niners.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going Niners.
Regardless of seeding?
Yeah.
Kyle was, I think you said you like Niners as your 3 most confident teams if they were the 1 seed.
Yeah, I just kind of inserted NFC 1 seed.
Okay.
Yeah, I got the Niners. NFC, and definitely, I'm definitely not saying the Seahawks.
I agree.
Oh, no, if the Seahawks get the 1 seed?
No. The 12th man, they're pumping noise. I don't want to hear it. So I got the Niners. I don't know, man.
It's
I feel like I have to put the Eagles just based on respect, right? Once the weather gets chilly, so I'll do that. And I mean, if he
Patriots, Broncos,
well, I was
going to
say if he doesn't do it now, I don't know if he'll ever do it, and I'm just going to go Bills.
That's how I feel. I mean, yeah, the Bills, they haven't really played to the level of okay, it feels like because it doesn't even feel like. Oh, the Bills know that Mahomes isn't there. They know Burrow's not there, so they're kind of taking their foot off the gas.
Yeah.
Feels like they just don't really have that next level to go. Like, they're playing well, but it feels like it's a lot of James Cook, a lot of Josh Allen, and I'm just, I need
Tyrell Shavers when Schmal and Miles takes Khalil Shakir. That's what it is.
It's crazy.
Real quick about the wide receiver thing. I do find
it's not going to be real quick.
I do find it interesting because I got a story too. But I do find it interesting how the wide receiver position is becoming more cerebral. Like, you're not seeing these bruising. I was comparing Egbuka to Smith and Jigba and how they're basically the same size.
Yeah.
And I know scheme matters, but growing up, we had the Megatrons and we had these guys
Randy
that
Moss,
felt like growing up, I thought I could never be a wide receiver. But nowadays, I'm undersized, but you got your Wandale Robinsons, and they're all running around and doing a bunch of stuff. And it feels like wide receivers are starting to take a page out of tight end playbooks like the Gronks and the Kelseys, where it's just about spatial awareness as much as it is about running a crispy route, physicality, how fast you are.
Jumping, leaping.
And that's kind of the difference, I think, in these elite receivers. And then, of course, you have – because even the freaks these days, I mean, Jefferson's only about 6'2", right? He's not a 6'5".
I don't even think he's that. Yeah, I think he's 6'1".
But those are more physical guys. But I think it's interesting how wide receivers are turning more into a cerebral –
tacticians.
Yeah, I think it's interesting.
Yeah, no, it's a really solid point. Like, there's not Megatrons. There's not – I mean, I grew up with Randy Moss. Obviously, like the dude was 6'5", but could run faster than everybody and leap more higher than everybody, and that was his advantage. But – now it's more to Justin Jefferson's point. Like, he's a route runner. Like he's all about, and I think that if, I know you love to play this game. Like, it could be the 7-on-7ification of the NFL, right? Where it's these guys aren't really, hitting the sleds. They're during the summer, they're out essentially playing two-hand touch.
It's like flag football.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like flag football. And I say all that to say that that's why Keon Coleman just gets roasted about the cookies. Because he has none of that awareness.
The Buffalo receivers are so crazy. It's actually an experiment to see how bad your receivers can be and how good you can still be with.
It's crazy.
I asked Stevie Johnson when I filled in on the Drive guys earlier in the year, this has to matter, right? He seemed to push against it. He was kind of he actually, which is crazy because him being a receiver, he kind of said their bodies, what are we really asking them to do? Catch a ball and at that level.
Gabe Davis had 200 yards and 4 touchdowns in a playoff game.
That's kind of his argument is if Josh Allen puts it in the basket, you have to just not be a good receiver to catch it.
It's the same thing that's happening, and Kyle and I just talked about this, about the running backs. If you don't have a top 5 running back, bless your fantasy team because they're all running back tandems now. They're all doing the Sonic and Knuckles thing. Yeah, the Rams, Corum got hurt, but they were trying to do that because I saw somebody said, I don't know what this obsession is, but Kyron Williams is better than Blake Corum. Just run him. Mm-hmm. I don't know when this started, but it feels like if you don't have Saquon, Derrick Henry, or Bijan, and even Algier be getting in there.
Yeah.
Algier cost a bunch of people. And so I don't know what is going on with the running back tandem thing, but it definitely feels more prevalent than when we were growing up. It was just Marshall Faulk all day. Yeah. Do what you got to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Can we get into Alan's story time?
Okay, so here's the story. So this ties back to the holiday party.
Okay.
All right, so at the holiday party, everybody, not everybody, but a lot of us won gifts, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Most of the gifts were bags, right? Mm-hmm. Some of the gifts were wrapped, right? So I found a big box that was wrapped. Mm-hmm. So, of course, I'm like a child.
Yeah.
I got to unwrap the box. I unwrap the box. It's a digital picture frame, okay?
Okay.
And everybody's saying, oh, give it to your wife. Give it to your wife. She'll love it. So I have a decision to make. Do I tell her I want it, or do I play it off like, hey, honey, I just got it? So I was a bit of a scumbag, and I rewrapped it, terribly wrapped, and I just put it under the tree.
Okay.
You with somebody long enough, they just know. So she opens it. So she opens. No. I got her something else. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, this wasn't one of this.
Something. So my whole shtick was, hey, we never really open stuff anymore. It's more digital and experiences, things like that. She opens it. Face didn't light up. She knew. She knew something was up.
Yeah.
So I had another decision to make.
Double down.
Do I come clean or not? Because at this point, I haven't lied. I just gave it to her with no context.
Yeah.
And Chris, I'm a Boy Scout. You went to private. You went to private high school. So did I. I'm a man of the fourth, and I told her, yeah, I won that thing.
And was that a positive?
It was not terrible, but luckily the actual gift I got her, she loved.
Okay.
She said, I just knew something was weird because you've been rushing home. There's just no way you went out and purchased this random. I said, but you can put it on your desk, right?
Yeah. I think as long as you didn't try and sell it as try and then sell the gift after she opened it. As long as you were just
I couldn't.
Okay.
So,
I think it's fine.
But I blame that on all of our coworkers who said to re-gift it.
I probably would have re-gifted it to mom. Then it's like, hey, we can upload pictures for you of the babies.
Yeah.
But
I got caught up.
Whatever. It's all good. Well,
really
you get insight like that from Alan Stiles. You also get stories like that. But the real reason you're going to want to listen is because he's got something crazy in the 3 o'clock hour. You don't want to miss that. And then, of course, you're going to get some freestyles as well at 6:30. That is Alan's going an extra half hour for your listening pleasure. You've been listening to the Alan Stiles Show, but it's not the end of Alan Stiles' program right here on Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.